May 8th. Well, some things that are going to be as well as discussed on May 8th, we are really questioning of how it may want to look at. And pretty much looking at any other board meeting following up, there's not enough time, basically. There's too many other presentations going on. What's happening on the 8th is that is the day when the board will actually make the final decision for the for the certificated staff that got pink slipped. So that is that date. So that's one issue that we know it's not going to be probably the most positive moving meeting, we can say. And then on top of that, that's as well as when the district would present if there's any of lowering of classification within the classified staff as well. So talking about any cuts within the classified. So that would be when those recommendations would come up. So that's when we were trying to brainstorm of what the presentation can still look like. We still think it should still go on the 8th. There was a few of us just kind of discussing before everybody came in, myself, Sharon, Louise, Bell. There was one other person, I'm trying to remember who. Pardon? Carol Locke. I couldn't remember Sorry about that. So just as forward, we were just still kind of just like brainstorming kind of a thing of what it possibly looked like. And I kind of agreed, like what we were thinking of it, really almost like having a few more of the parents present at that presentation, probably taking more of a 10-minute kind of still of highlighting of all the work that we have done and what are some of our recommendations, because more than likely this was a big, this was a huge endeavor for the district to really look at everything, but have it kind of as well scripted and just having really kind of it outlined of what information is going to look like. Yes?
Were you suggesting the parents present? Or that
some of the parents, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
some of the parents, not all.
It should be a mixed.
Should be kind of as a mixed group. And this is kind of, this meeting actually came from the parents. So that's kind of my own belief. It's like, it came from the parents. It started with the parents and kind of should, at least this process at the time, should almost end with the parents. I mean, we'll be there anyways for the staff. I mean, I would almost hope that everybody would show up as the staff meeting, because that could be one way, or the board meeting is one way. I've done previous board presentations in big groups is everybody came, maybe 2 people presented, and when they said, oh, these were the members, everybody stood up. So it showed the board, here's all the individuals that were actually part of it, but we have a few individuals that can do the presentation. Yes?
I wonder, I don't know what's on the board agenda for May 22nd. However, the enormity of what we're all doing here and the recommendations that will be coming from us are huge. And personally, it seems that it'd be very difficult for the district to start implementing anything July 1, 2012 anyway. It seems to me that there are a lot of considerations that need to be made in the special education department regarding our recommendations, possibly fiscal budget things, possibly UTP meetings, etc. It almost seems to me that the district's going to need 1 fiscal year to get this ready so we could actually implement January 1st, 2013. So I don't know if we could possibly do it on the 22nd of May instead, because that gives us a little more time.
I checked on each of the different dates. Pretty much the next availability that we could even get probably on the agenda, because there's so much going on, won't be until June 26th. And that's kind of late to even starting those types of discussions.
It's well beyond the window.
Yeah, because really, if you think of the charge, we were supposed to actually present this month.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Sorry. Yes?
So what happens between April 23rd and May 8th? Because I agree with Sharon's point that when we go in front of the board, we want it to be our best effort. I agree with you that we want it to be when they can hear it. So I'm wondering, as a compromise point, if there's any wiggle room between April 23rd and May 8th. If it's a matter of making I don't understand the procedure that takes.
Everything has to be due by April 23rd. So any kind of presentation, anything of documents has to be presented.
No,
we have
but
to submit it. So we can't do any changes to anything after April 23rd.
so my question is then, everything has to be due.
Turned in by April 23rd.
But what's the reasoning behind that, or the procedures behind that? I mean, if it's just a matter of you need that much time to make, not you, but if that much time is needed to make copies or whatever else, I'm not trying to diminish
No,
anything.
It's part of the board
It's just
bylaws.
bylaws.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's just part of the board bylaws.
But aside from being part of the board bylaws, if you're going to make, excuse me, presentations to a board, and those are going to be agenda items, the logic is ample time has to be given to the board to review whatever it is you're presenting to them. And I think that's the answer to your question, Mike. The board is going to have to, we can make the assumption that the board, well, correction.
We want to believe.
We want to believe that between the time we present whatever we present to the board, or any board, let's just say, that the board will have ample time to review it, so that on the board meeting day, when we make our presentation, they'll have some knowledge about what we're presenting.
At least have had the opportunity to review the entire packet.
For sure, no, I agree with that. That's 15, 16 days. I wasn't saying turn it in the day before, but if we had even 4 or 5 days, that would help. I think, I don't know.
But the board has got a lot of stuff that's going to be on their agenda for that day, so I think they have to have solid information from all of the presenters, and I guess, that's the logic.
Thank you, Louise.
So I think we were kind of just readjusting how we were first thinking of what the day would look like, because we still want to know where each of the different groups are at. So I'm not, and then we still want to have that discussion of what we want to, what the presentation should look like. Because honestly, I mean, I don't think a lot of us were even thinking of, okay, what the presentation's going to look like. So we probably should have some time of what that's going to really look like, what's the structure of it, and who would be doing the presentation and so forth. So.
And Leonard, I think, you made a real big point. When we were having our discussion and we talked about possible things that could be on the board's agenda for that day that we're to present. And, we all know that the teachers' unions, et cetera, are going to have a lot of concern about everyone who could be adversely impacted by the district's budget are going to want to use that meeting, and rightfully so, to voice their concerns. So we don't even know where on the agenda we would be anyway. So I would like to propose that whatever we do, we give a synopsis at least of what the task force is doing, and in closing with what I have to say. In preparing for the task that I've been working on, extended school year and transition, I've been reading a lot of the materials from prior task forces. I've been on the telephone speaking at the state level to the Board of Education, trying to get some answers to confusions, questions that I have. And I will just be perfectly candid and say, I found this task force tasks to be extremely imperative, and I don't know if we can really do justice to what the real task is in the limited amount of time that we've had, only because this isn't a paid board, a paid group of people, meaning we're not getting compensation to do this, and we've not been able to concentrate solely on this task. Many of us have had to miss meetings for other reasons, especially when you have a child who is a special, and I'm speaking as a parent of a district special education student. There are many other meetings that we often find ourselves attending, like the CAC SELPA meetings or meetings about what happens when your kid turns 18, so you can start preparing for those kinds of things, in addition to school site council meetings, PTA meetings, earning money, and how about parenting? And when you've got a child with special education needs, that parenting is a journey. Well, I can't speak for everybody, but I find that parenting to be a journey in and of itself when you're actually trying to advocate for your child, even in parenting your child, to assist them in having a productive, happy, safe life. So, it's my position. I can't see how we're actually going to be ready to put forth findings to be implemented in the next academic year from this task force. Thank you.
Thanks.
And that could be even some way when you're writing your goals of what you want, where the next steps would be going, of what, like, okay, if there's another body that's going to take certain areas and more in concentration, looking at certain goals or going more in depth in data. I mean, just think of this as more as the one step, is the first step. This is what we would like the board to take in consideration, and then they all make the decision of thinking, okay, maybe we'll have another kind of a subcommittee here, another subcommittee here. That could be part of our recommendations as well. So that's probably something to think about as we're moving on to our next couple, or we only have one more meeting after this as scheduled. So how do you want to proceed?
Well,
with the day? 'Cause I don't wanna
I
waste too much
want
time.
to reiterate the importance of what Louise said, as well as what Mike just said, in that the work that this group is doing is foundational, and that you're the first body that's taken a look at all of these things and said, okay, these are the things that have been implemented. This is what's left. But in addition to that, this is what our contemporary status, what our current status also indicates should be next steps. So you, in fact, are creating that roadmap. And the good thing is you have a superintendent who is committed. And by creating that roadmap, you've documented this is where we are at this point in time, and this is where we believe we need to go. Yes, there were, those recommendations from previous. We've now taken a current look at them, a current view at them, and even with the state of where we are, economically, resource-wise, we still believe, as a task force, that this is the map that the district needs to take. Now, the wonderful thing about that is no one has to come behind you and create a new map, because this is the map. You will create the road map. And so you now create kind of the mission for how the work gets assigned to be moved forward. Don't think of it as, and I hope that no one thinks of this as, okay, we've turned the documents in and it's done. No, you literally are the beginning. It's a bit like getting to the, you've dated, you're engaged, you're at the altar. Well, the whole reason for getting to the altar is to create the marriage and the relationship, and then the life begins. We are, hopefully, for some of us.
When you have a shotgun.
But what I wanted to say from there is that it's the point from being committed to the relationship moving forward. That's really the value that this task force has. You're getting us, we're literally in the negative. You're moving us to just the starting line. But getting us to the starting line is really, in this case, as I've said before, this is legacy work, because we've, as an organization, to have such a broad view of the issues. I don't know that you've ever been at the starting line before, you know, with such a large view. That's what I'm saying. It's been, you've looked at very specific areas, but to look at programmatically, you know, the entire view. So you're right, it is big, but we're just trying to get to the altar to get us all committed, and then we start from there. Well, you start from there. Yes, Monica.
I spent 2 days with no sleep looking back at some decisions that had been made by the board previously that I think everyone should be aware of, that are going to seriously and maybe impact how they think we would move forward. For instance, when they had the closing of schools, the transportation audit, when, you know, I mean, we really did change how we do busing. To go back, if we're going to have every child, every school, that would be a monumental, expensive task that I couldn't even me playing with the numbers, couldn't see how you could overcome anytime soon. Also, I was looking back at the personnel audits, and some of the staff who already were feeling like they were constantly needing professional development. And I gave consideration to the fact that that manual had been updated in 15 years on, you know what I mean, how everything is done within the district. Mm-hmm. And the realization that the teacher specialist is the person that's called to, is it still that way, Mr. Clark? The teacher specialist is called to oversee if there's a problem at a site, to help the teacher work through that problem. It still is.
Yeah, it's labeled, usually it's labeled as a program specialist.
Well,
or a
like for
specialized program
instance, Pam
specialist.
Mellon is a teacher specialist for a
She's on a
reason.
teacher on specialist,
When
teacher on
that
special
changed.
assignment. OSA.
Okay.
Different titles, but we only
But I'm
have one
just
TOSA.
saying how that's done, that would be important. Is there somebody always there to help the persons? And also the manual is based on information that is so old, and if you haven't updated it, the current thinking, you know what I mean? There needs to be a complete paradigm shift. It's scary when I thought about it. I'm looking at this and I'm like, for instance, it's like this. I mean, you would have to completely change your thinking, and you'd have to do that first.
Yeah, well, I want you to consider, because what you just said is an example. It's not that there's something big and new. It's
Right.
Let's take something that's existing and let's bring it current and put in, you know, with current practices and current titles.
Yeah.
And a current structure. And again, that's not implementing a new program. That's putting a group of people together and saying, what should this look like now? And then sharing it with all the folks who are involved here. Mm-hmm. And that is, as you said, that is the beginning of culture change.
Right.
Because one of the big things that gets lost in organizations of this size is the ability to maintain currency on documentation and things like that. So have you ever looked at websites and, you know, they still say, next meeting, September 15th, and here we are in April. Well, I was perusing some school websites, and there was still information about, you know, our upcoming back-to-school night. But the reason is because documentation, those types of things, tend to get put aside because in an organization this size, there are roles and there are responsibilities. There are a number of people who have a role, but there's only one person who's actually responsible for it. So when that responsibility kind of gets put by the wayside and organizations get taken over by informal practices and information gets passed on verbally as opposed to this is our current teacher handbook.
Right.
then those informal practices begin to be what you see, as opposed to this is the procedure that we've set forth that we're going to use.
Because I thought a lot of professional development money probably has been wasted because you've got people thinking one way, then they're given a lecture on something updated, and then the practice of how they are supposed to manage that.
Yeah.
is
The
old
reference
way.
materials are
Yeah.
still dated, yeah, so,
And
but you're
it
right.
must be hell being a teacher. I mean, I don't know, but it must be really hard here, with that understanding that hasn't been done. You must go to a professional development event and go, that's interesting, and then quickly not be able to do too much with it because you're not sure how to even begin it because the information is so old that you're told to follow.
Sure, sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I saw this hand and this hand.
A couple things. Firstly, we are a board authorized committee. We're not a superintendent committee, and I think that's a clear distinction to make because it doesn't matter. Everything comes from the board, and the superintendent's going to do what the board says. So first and foremost, let's recognize that we don't report to the superintendent on this, we report to the board. And that's where we want to be, that's where we need to be if things are going to change. Secondly, this district does not move fast.
No district.
No, I'm not saying, but let's talk about PUSD, because that's what we're concerned about now. So this district specifically does not move fast. The district entered program improvement officially in August last year, in part because of the academic performance of students who are by special education. It wasn't even addressed at a board meeting until 3 months later in mid-October. I spoke up after that presentation and started talking about getting a task force in place so that we could start actually doing something other than talk about costs and talk about academic performance. From October 18th, it still took till February 4th to get this body in motion. What seems to be a common sense idea about let's talk about how to fix a problem took 3 months to go from idea to reality. So as we approach May 8th, the fact that we're all here is something that we can be proud of, but in my mind, it's by no means a victory. And I would reclassify your example of, this is the engagement getting up to the marriage. I would rather put it in the sports vernacular and say, this, in my opinion, is preseason. And on May 8th, the real season begins. And so all we're doing right now is preparation, but on May 8th, it's not like we have a break before we need to continue. May 9th is when the real season starts, and we need to make sure that this stuff moves forward. I mean, I'm sure that the past 11 audits and committees and reports that were done, I'm sure that every one of those groups thought, we did it, we did a great job, now things are going to be implemented, and obviously nothing's been done. So, for me, personally, it starts on May 9th. And so, as we move forward, I'd hope that we all go into it with that mindset that we have to be bold and we have to keep the pressure on, because it's only by keeping persistent pressure that we've gotten to this task force process. But there's no guarantee, as the past 11 years show, that anything's going to happen beyond this unless we can push and keep moving forward in a very bold manner. So I would suggest that our first recommendation on May 8th be the continuation, whether it's this entire body or some segment of this body that moves forward, to keep moving forward. I think that there are some things that we can put in place as recommendations on May 8th to get the ball moving forward, but I think that each one of these, at least from every student, every school committee met over the break, and I think we're at a much better point than where we were, but there's still a lot of things that we don't have the ability to dig deep in right now, given the fact that we don't have resources in other things. But I would presume that other of the 5 committees are in a similar position. And so all I'm saying, I'll wrap up now, I'd rather look at it as this is the starting point starts on May 9th, and we have a body that continues to move forward as opposed to letting it rest and wait for the next action to come.
Yes,
I second
thank you.
that.
Don?
Yeah, I second that and echo Mike's. Oh, thanks, and echo Mike's sentiments. I just wanted to tell a really quick story, not as like a cheerleader, but just as an advocate for working together. Back in the early 70s, there was an incredible amount of strife between the Catholics and Protestants in Northern Ireland. And what happened was they couldn't come to any resolution. So what they did was they called the Dalai Lama. They said, well, we could get who's like the most spiritual person on earth, right? We'll call the Dalai Lama here. Maybe he has some answers to our problems. So the Dalai Lama went and he listened to the Protestants and he listened to the Catholics. And when they were finished voicing their concerns, he said to them, you called me here to try and help you solve your problems. The reality is that you guys have a lot more in common than I do with you. You will all believe in one God. I don't believe in God. You guys are probably all related to one another at some point. And so the moral to the story is that, we all have a lot more in common than we do. I mean, our differences far dwindle compared to our similarities. And it's about principles, not personalities. And as a cheerleader, I want to keep that in mind. And like Mike is saying, May 9th is when the real fight starts. If there is any sort of opinions that seem to be different, try to keep in mind that we have a lot more in common with one another than we do with the school board. And hopefully that helps us.
I wanted to share, we were looking at a document that was called the ISS document. This document was we only received this document about 8 days ago. And it has what's called the DAIT recommend standards. This document would be very, very helpful for you to utilize when you're looking over your objectives, because it is tied into program improvement. And I want to strongly suggest that all of our objectives and goals echo IDEA, and that they echo the DAIT, and that they echo this ISS report, because these are already documents that have met with approval within the school district. Keep in mind the Universal Design for Learning, which is in IDEA. Tie it into the RTI wherever you can. If you want to see these things go through, the best thing to do is to latch on to what's already there and weave it in. Please don't assume that the Board of Education does not have the desire to see this go through. I think that we make a lot of assumptions about the board without really having a clear understanding or idea of what a huge task. If we have a huge task, imagine the task that they have. Look at weaving this stuff into what's already there. The Board of Education, and I'm not speaking for them, but I can promise you they want to see program improvement. If we tie this into program improvement, it supports the students that we are advocating for, and it also supports the rest of the school district. There's strength in numbers, and that's the way to go.
Okay, actually there was Louise, Sean, then Monica.
I wanted to follow up on something that Mike said. Mike said that none of the prior audits have been implemented. I do know, and I know he didn't mean
None.
yeah, but some of the parts of those audits that have been implemented, in my opinion, have been adverse for students and staff. I know that audits have suggested reducing the extended school year to the minimum amount of days, which is 20. That's been implemented. I know that reducing the number of school psychologists has been implemented. And I would say it has had an adverse impact on students. Also reducing the amount of hours that the aides work with our students, I think has been reduced from maybe 6 to 4 or something. I mean, those are people who play an important part in the lives of our children. Those hours have been reduced. And those are things that just readily come to mind. So it seems like there has been some action, some movement to implement certain aspects of prior audits, but those that I've identified, I think, have not worked to improve the plight of special education students. And then just in closing, since I'm on the extended school year subcommittee, I've been reviewing the current application for the extended school year for 2012. And I noticed a statement was made at the close of the cover letter that basically said last year's extended school year was great. And I would just say I don't agree with that. I don't know how you quantify that. So even though we're talking about future implementation, I'm going to put on the table now that I would like to see us do a very close analysis of the 2012 extended school year, dealing with transportation, dealing with teaching from bell to bell, dealing with, I would say we should have a questionnaire at the end of the extended school year to see how parents would actually assess how successful the 2012 extended school year is.
I think that those sound like really great objectives for the extended school year group. Yeah. If you want to know how you're doing with something, you ask the people that you're providing the service for.
Not yourself.
Right. There was Sean and then Monica.
I'll be fairly quick. It's a follow-up on what Mike was talking about also. One of the things that when we review the audits, and the behaviorist is coming out in me when I talk about this, because the number one reason why behavior plans don't work is they're not written down. Okay, well, we have a lot of things that are written down. What we haven't seen is a progress monitoring component. Like once these audits were in place, was there follow-up to the board? Was there follow-up to a school? Was there follow-up to a department? And what we might want to think about is introducing an idea when we present of a progress monitoring kind of schedule. By this point, we'd like to know where the board's at on this point. And really those progress monitoring times are for resource allocation, or do they need more information, or is there something we need to follow up on as a task force? Because we are all feeling like, okay, we're gonna hand this document and we're feeling a little shaky about how much information we're having to put in so quickly, and then they're gonna have to understand and adopt a lot of information quickly, and there may be something more that a board member needs or that the superintendent needs. So we might want to think about setting up a one-year progress monitoring schedule that questions can be asked of task force members. We can present back to the board. Just an idea.
Thank you. I want to remind the task force that when we began the process of breaking into subcommittees, that was one of the first things that I shared with the group. Make certain that there are measurable milestones within your objectives. Make certain there are measurable points for evaluation. How are we doing? Do we need to reset, move forward? Are we on target, move forward? But nonetheless, you want to make certain that you build in these kind of these progress points or these test points along the way to see, are we still on task? Has the environment changed? Just, again, this isn't like we've written it down and, we're just, this is it forever. You've got to make certain that you're checking in and have those evaluation points built in for the group or individual that is going to be responsible. And we may not be able to point to, oh, this person is going to be responsible, but you can at least identify there's a body that needs to be responsible for this, and a report from that body should be provided by fill in the blank date. And that's how you maintain accountability going forward, because you don't want to just put something on paper and then it's, we did it, oof, whew, we're done. No, the work has to continue to have work within this framework, but be able to measure how we're going forward. Monica.
Just two things, and I won't try to talk long, but I wanted to let Mike know that I know when you started
Pull it
coming.
a little closer.
Yeah, I know when you started coming to meetings, but actually, I've been coming for a very long time and speak on, like for instance, there was no, this is not National Autism Month, and it was World Autism Day, and they didn't do something, and I could call the board and tell them, because I know they would want to do a resolution, you know what I'm saying? But I actually was coming to meetings, I know myself and Herman, because we used to be very involved in the CAC, and you got to realize this, when the CAC did their annual presentation, it was prior to that, they all said everything was great and fine and working together. See, that's why, despite what we all knew, it was hard. Don't you agree, Herman? It made it impossible at that time to try to go back, because we both had stopped. I got hit by a car. I had stopped coming as of June. But you're right. You have to pretty much stay in our face. And when I was in the CAC, we always brought people with us, though one person spoke. And this current CAC, I was talking to about this weekend. I don't understand, because under the law, you cannot have the meetings on a school site. And you're supposed to have it at a neutral site so the parents are comfortable to share. And I did check the ed code, and it's not changed. And it doesn't mean that the teachers are mean or people shouldn't go, but there's a reason that they have that, so that people don't feel like they're all mushed together and have to be all agreeing and nice. And then really, people have real concerns. I was really concerned that, I don't know if you remember, Mr. I was very concerned, this board member might remember, because the current president did not come up and even speak on it. I was like stunned, because I saw all kinds of red flags in implementation, you know what I mean, at that time. So thank God I got hurt and you came along, and because somebody has to be there to let them know there's still a problem, because they get the board members get administrative write-ups, and they vote based on those recommendations. They're not getting the information from us too, and we're not documenting it. They vote on that summary of the staff. Is staff recommendation, get it? I mean, that's what they do. And as far as Sean, I wanted to just say that I have removed my son despite a Gary Lavinia behavior support plan, because of the fact that for one thing, I believed in cognitive behavior therapy. That's what I used with my son. And they just didn't get it. They didn't get it, and they would write up systems to a protocol and watch that and how to monitor it. But because we weren't even on the same page on looking from the inside out about autism. We weren't even on the same page, you know what I mean? They wanted to see on the outside instead first. That I just never could bring them back in. So that's really a problem. We have to give them a good system for monitoring that involves maybe a monthly update from the staff, and where maybe other people know when it's going to be and can comment. because everybody just has to be honest, because the teachers and people may not be as free as you might imagine because of just prior things, that have happened. They may not feel as open as you think in sharing what's on their mind. Thank you.
Was there anyone else? Herman, we'll make this our last comment.
100 years ago, right? 100 years ago, the Titanic sunk today, right? And we talk about, right, the delay and how long it takes for things to change, and then also we know that there's probably people in the system that think they're untouchable, the overconfidence, right, the safety, right, the job security, right, Yolanda, that you have to deal with all the time. And yet, this big ship sunk. Did it sink because, icebergs floated in the pathway that weren't in the pathway before? Or did did it sink because they thought they could cut through the icebergs? So, if the ship wouldn't have sunk, eventually they might have built a bigger ship and a ship would have sunk, because we learn really by failure. That's how we learn. We learn when things happen, and then we try to mend and fix it and try not to go down that path again. We're dealing with people, and I'm not talking about the board member that's present now. I think he's been on our side, the parent side, as far as making sure kids are supported and that are safe in schools. But we have people on this board now that will say, that have the arrogance of the captain of the Titanic, that say, well, everybody, we can run through this iceberg, or all the schools are going to be program improvement. All the districts are going to be program improvement, Sean. So what do we got to do different? We're all in the same boat, right? We're all going to sink together, is what some of these guys are saying. And then they're saying, just give us more money. We just need more money. Well, you know what? More money will never, ever resolve or build or get us the will that we need to do what needs to be done. More money will only, right now, not having money, actually, we're getting to see the wounds in the district. And we get to see the skeleton and what needs to change. And so I want to see our board, they're going to get flooded with pages. I mean, just our group we got 22 pages. But, the big issues that need to be dealt with, Ramon, and you guys need to deal with, and our superintendent, if you're watching this, Dr. McDonald, I have faith in you, is we're dealing with resistance, how we're going to resolve people that don't want to do what needs to be done. What are we going to do? Okay? Now, we all know, and the special ed parents that are getting their services, those of us that get our services for our kids, know that the law trumps board policy. It trumps whatever union contract, whatever you put in the union contract you're dealing with. The law trumps that. So no matter what so what are we going to do? Now, what we're talking about is we don't have things aligned in this district. So you have people that are employed that think, because it's been status quo, we've been doing this all along, and now we have this group of parents that are going to come in and tell us what to do, and then now you got bad morale, right? No. So we're talking about power. We're talking about it needs to be, unfortunately, it needs to be taken. And we do want it all we all want to come together and do it in a nice way, because we're talking about kids. I want to end it with this, because I gotta go, I'm in a panel to speak about what we've learned about the abuse cases over at Miramonte, and I'm on the panel to speak about that at the Special Needs Network in a couple hours. But I want to end with this. I'll be here for another 30 minutes to participate in any way that I can. But I found this. Somebody posted it. It's a short little paragraph about this. Here, I'll read it. I'll just read it. Anthropologist proposed a game to African tribe kids. He put a basket full of fruit near a tree and told them that whoever got there first. This would help if I did this a little bit. Whoever got there first.
Technology.
I didn't know I needed these till so I started falling asleep. Let's see, where was I? Okay, the basket of fruit. Okay, he had it near the tree, and he told them that whoever got there first won the sweet fruits. When he told them to run, they all took each other's hands and ran together. They sat together enjoying their treats. When he asked them why they had run like that as one could have had all the fruits for himself, they said, Ubuntu. How can one of us be happy if all the others are sad? And Ubuntu and I apologize for whoever knows how to pronounce this, but it's ex-Hosa culture means, quote, I am because we are. And, the picture, I posted it on my Facebook, it's really just a fascinating picture of all these little kids. And they have their feet together. And they made a circle with their feet. And all the feet are together. And it's beautiful. And really, I think, ultimately, that's our goal for all of us to be together, for the teachers, for general ed teachers, for counselors, for the janitor, for the lady serving the food, to know that there's people of all walks, that we all are different, and we all have different needs, and that if, there might be a kid that wants 2 apples that day, and that it's okay, we can, you accommodate. We just need to work together. The battle, for sure there's going to be resistance, and some battles need to happen at the board level. Otherwise, we're going to sink. And so I hope that this document that gets brought forth, and I thank Mike Costello for helping, steer the direction that we need to, steer away from the iceberg, because we need everybody on board to help and make sure that we all survive.
Sharon, my name was mentioned on this side once and on this side once. Can I just say one thing for 1 minute? Now,
One minute.
It won't even be that long. Do you know why the Titanic actually sunk? Because Cunard, the boating or the shipping company, wanted the most efficient and the fastest boats possible so that they could say that they could get you across the transatlantic faster than anybody else. He knew that those icebergs were there, but his upper echelons was telling him, no, you got to barrel through it because we got to get you there by this amount of time. If we want to use an analogy around it, I'm afraid that we have these recommendations, but the person who's going to have to implement this, whether it's the director or coordinators or program specialists, may be told by the board that you have to barrel through this because we don't have the resources available. We have to save money. There's going to be other things that won't allow that captain to really communicate with I almost said his inmates. Sometimes it feels that way.
I resemble that
remark. I do too. But you see what I'm saying? I love the analogy, and you're right. We're going to sink, but we're going to sink because the person's being told, you've got to do this. And their mind is not going to be as open to all these things that we're recommending, which are going to cost money. It's going to be a realignment of resources that a lot of businesses don't want to do because they want to stay focused on the profit or focused on one area. So that is why the Titanic hit the bottom of the ocean because he didn't listen to everybody around him. And I hope that won't be the case.
Well, I believe that, and as your facilitator, again, I continue to encourage you to build in those evaluation points. And those evaluation points in a good organization do not take place in a vacuum. You cannot evaluate yourself. So it doesn't mean bringing in outside monitors. It could simply mean we have a body that's together for a very short period of time and they review. But they can be PUSD staff, parents, et cetera. So again, the value of the evaluation aspect of your work cannot be reiterated enough.
I know
That
we're
was supposed to
closing.
be the last one.
I just want to
It's only
speak.
because I like you, Louise.
I just want to speak a word. I just want to speak a word that is a very controversial word, I've noticed, in the area of public education. And I say this word with a lot of concern about the backlash that I may experience as a result of speaking this word. But
Are
I've
you
tried
sure
to
you
get
want
this
to
word
say it?
spoken. I've tried to get this word spoken in a lot of venues where we're talking about how to improve public education. And I've heard all other people held accountable except this word. So I'm going to speak it. The word is parent. And I'm going to say that it is my opinion from as a result of parenting. My first child was born 28 years ago. I have 3, gave birth to 2. My third child, Jasmine, is someone I've adopted at 9 months. She's a relative. But I see an extreme absence of parenting in the everyday lives of their children. And I know that incredible damage is done to children as a result of the absence of parents. And then kids who have had an absence of parents, and people can come up with whatever excuses they want to about why they've not been involved in the lives of their parents, but my thoughts are, if you say you want to be a parent, then that means you're going to show up for your children. So when you don't show up enough, because you got to earn money or you got to do whatever you got to do, then you bring your kids to public schools, and this is public school. That means money comes from taxes to pay for that education. And that money is not a constant. It's highly volatile depending upon what's going on in the country, in the world. So when your kids have not had involved parenting for, up to kindergarten or pre-K, and then you bring those children to school and you want, and I'm not advocating for teachers or anybody who works for the school district, nothing. I'm just saying, when you bring those kids to the school and you want to do drive-by parenting, meaning you drop your kids off at that school and then you don't show up anymore until it's time to drive by to pick the kids up, all of our kids are not going to benefit from that kind of involvement. We all have got to be involved. We can't expect the teachers, the principals, et cetera, to do that job. And if you're not monitoring what the teachers and the principals, et cetera, are doing, then again, our kids are going to suffer. So, I've said those words and I believe that. With all my heart.
You make a very bold statement, so I applaud you for that. Yes. Okay, everyone, this is the way the rest of the day is going to run. First, we're going to take a 5-minute break. During that 5-minute break, I want to meet with the leads of the subcommittees. I want to meet with the leads of the subcommittees right here. When we return from our break, we will begin the walkthrough of the work that the subcommittees have done so far. Okay? So 5-minute break. During that break, I need to meet with the subcommittee leads up front. If there is a person who is the lead for a subcommittee and that lead is not here because subcommittee members would know who they are, there's a lot of side conversations going on right now.
Whether we heard or not, can we just listen to Sharon and not talk while she's talking?
So, break begins now. Leads up front. If there's a person who's not a lead who's here, someone from that subcommittee needs to step forward and represent them in the conversation with me. Alrighty. Okay, that lead should run quickly.
Okay, now talk amongst yourselves.
Sean, my sergeant at arms. He protects me. Oh.
Excuse me, everybody. We're trying to find who is the lead for professional development. Does anyone know who the lead for professional development
I
is?
know that I've been involved with it, but I didn't take any lead roles because of my own inability to be at all the meetings. So, but I know that I've been
And does anyone know who's the lead for compliance and monitoring?
Okay. Do you have any of the documents? I need everyone back in the room. Back in the room and at your seats, please. Oh, no wonder I'm writing on my hand. I've lost the top. I need everyone back in the room and at your seats, please. I need everyone back in the room and at your seats. Back in the room, back at your seats.
Trust me, I know. Monica.
When you go into your email, you go up to the top. That's where the first opens. Your 3 accounts. You might have the same one.
Oh. I use the email account that was listed in the. Honestly, can you look at the shared? Who shared? Look at who this is shared with, and then I can confirm the email address that I use. Monica, what's your email address? Honesty.
It's 3001 that it's going to. It's going to your 3001.
Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, how did I get it?
Get into it still?
Oh my gosh. Okay.
You still
We
know how to
can-
get into that account? That's where it is.
Yeah. You know what? Okay, just give me a
I got
quick
what
note
Leonard
and
sent
I'll
just
edit the
to
email
say the
address.
meeting was going to be today. But I haven't been getting things from subcommittees unless you send them to me. Yeah, I think. I don't know. I thought it was on professional development and the curriculum.
That would be easier.
And this, every student, every school.
That would be easy.
Remember I told you I couldn't.
Because I'm on.
It's probably the same
See,
thing.
that's why I can't get into the docs. People
how
keep
many-
asking me for things like presentations and information on this or that.
Sean, what's your email address?
SeanSurface@totalprograms.org or SeanSurface@AOL, either one.
Well, he's not
And
on
keep
this
that.
though.
That's true.
He's not on this.
Mary Jo, keep that book. That's what I ordered that day when we were sitting there.
You go ahead and share it with him.
I bought 2 of them, so. And I have another one also, so. There you go, my present. Now get it all implemented.
Yeah, and then what it'll do is it'll send an email to me. It will generate an email to me to make certain that I share it with him. You can try sharing it from here.
Okay, so how do I do it?
Let's see. Send mess, no, you need to cancel. Go back to it.
I had a, he's on this. Is it on every student in every school? Sean?
Sean, which
Every
subcommittee are you on?
student?
Every student, every school, and the professional development. I signed up for 3. The curriculum, right?
Get going. We're making some copies.
But I primarily have just,
Okay,
I went ahead, so I guess if anything comes up, just email me or text me or something like that.
okay.
first and last name
Thank
at AOL.com. The only way to fly.
Okay, so a few people have had to leave. This is the schedule we're following because we want to make certain we're not expecting everyone to have everything in finished form. What we want are highlights from the work that you've done so far. So we're following the following schedule. 11 o'clock to 11:20 is the admin staff retention group. 11:20 to 11:50 is the collaboration curriculum evidence-based pre-K group. 11:50 to 12:10, every student, every school. 12:10 to 12:30 is transition and extended school year. You do not have to use all of your time. It's a bit like, because there's a meeting scheduled, if there's nothing to talk about, we don't have to have the meeting. So what we want are highlights from what your group has done so far. And here's the challenge. By Wednesday night, I would like to have documents in their final form as much as possible by Wednesday night. And that means emailing them to me no later than Thursday. No later than Thursday.
You said Wednesday night. Oh, the Thursday before the following Wednesday.
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, Sharon, give us some dates. So the
Okay.
18th, is that the
Wednesday is
18th?
the 18th, so I'd like to have your documents by the 19th. And I recognize that some groups may still be working, but it'll at least let me know where we are so I can kind of start formatting, because we want everything submitted in the same format. It'll allow me to redo the sequencing and also to ensure that, you know, we got the appropriate pagination, et cetera, et cetera. So basically, it's just, I can start assembling, okay? Changing page numbers, no big deal. But I can start assembling and seeing where we are. And if I have any questions, there's still time to contact you, et cetera, et cetera. So first up, admin staff retention. Jim, I've taken some of your time. You have until 11:20.
That's okay. I won't need all my time. I'm going to pass around the document. I made copies of our SMART goal form as we have it right now. I'll ask some of you to change each share because I only made 10 copies. And we're kind of spread out in what we've done. If I could here, share it. Share. I'll have YouTube share. Mike, you get your own. As you can see, we've gone through, we identified each of the goal number areas down the left-hand column. And then if you turn to the second page, we have additional suggestions, because one of the things we discussed in the meeting was don't be limited to just the suggestions that were already made. You can make additional suggestions. So we have the additional suggestions section following. And then if you look at the third page, we have some input from one of our committee members. So the stage we're at right now is consolidating all those suggestions. The document that you don't have is Ruth Ann went through and made suggestions in key components and broke them down using the SMART goal form that we were given in the meeting. And so we've got to incorporate this document into the recommendations area. We were able to cover almost every area. There were a few that the committee here had said were going to be union matters, and so we didn't go into those because they weren't something, if it was contract negotiation, we didn't go into it. That's the format we're at. We've done an original draft. We've done, 3 additional suggestions for these, and then we've got to go through. We have our timeline so that those are solid. Do you want to take a couple minutes and review? We are open to any suggestions. If you email me suggestions or wordings or items that we may have missed, we will take those and add them.
Okay, I have a few.
You have a few?
Yes.
Get that out and start writing.
Thank you. First, one that's apparent is on the very last page. Resources needed. Do not specifically cite from Mary Brandenburg, cite the title or the role that person has. We don't want anything to be tied to a specific person.
Okay.
We do,
Well,
no
you know
one,
what, we, whenever we show up in anything like that, what we did was we went in and,
Just let everybody know
we were asking a question or
Okay.
asking
Right,
for
right.
clarification.
okay,
Right.
okay.
And I think that's what happened here, so we're
We
going to
just didn't
take
want you to
these.
think that was put in by you, or that was
Right.
it was
Okay.
like more of a question.
I noticed that she had done, that these were done. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move those into and incorporate them into the
Great.
appropriate SMART goal.
Wonderful.
Same thing with, and I didn't give you this, but this is really, if you want to take a look at this is from Ruth Ann. But it has the same, many of the elements that are here are reiterated here with suggestions. So part of what I'll be doing is trying to bring those into these items to make sure I get what she's saying. Some
Great.
of hers have specific names, like they name out superintendent, so I'll take that out.
Okay.
But those kinds of things. we're moving forward into it.
Thank you. And next thing would be in the timeline.
Uh-huh.
I'd like you to call out, if you will, month, year,
Month, year.
as opposed to within 5 weeks, by the last day of school, by the end of summer school. We want month, year.
That's easy.
Okay.
If we have questions on why the committee came to recommendations, are we to ask those now? or-
Yes, you've got until
Okay,
11:20.
so one of the things is, and I've heard it a lot, and I have a question first and then an opinion. What is the purpose for the special ed director to be on the cabinet of the superintendent?
Well,
Okay,
let's
but
go
I want to
with the
know if
subcommittee
you were on the
member.
subcommittee, either way, I mean, it's almost
Here,
rhetorical, I
here is
understand.
what one person wrote. It's so that, well, and now I can't find it. It's for equity.
Well,
And it's so that the special needs children of Pasadena Unified have an equal direct voice to the superintendent of schools.
I fear that that is not going to be an acceptable thing due to litigation around the actual connection between the superintendent and decision-making in regards to individualized students.
I think that what the goal of the committee here is to make a recommendation. If the superintendent and the board have a reason not to follow that recommendation, I would hope they'd come back and tell us that. And I think that it would help everybody that if there's a reason like that, we hear it from them.
Yeah.
But I don't, I
Traditionally, I
implement the
believe-
board's policy, but I am not a member of the board, so I'll let the board and the superintendent speak for themselves to that issue. Our role here, of course, was to make recommendations to them. If there's a reason to not follow that recommendation, I would expect they'd tell us.
Being on the subcommittee, I think the way I interpreted that was currently you have, under the superintendent, you have a chief academic officer, you have a chief financial officer, you have a chief of human resources, and various others. The special education director is on a lower level, so anything that but as we've discussed before, special education doesn't determine what happens in the classroom. So anything that the special education department wants to do has to get brought up and circumvented before it can get down here. And historically, there's been resistance at this other level, at this other chief level. So by bringing the executive director up to a more equal level, then it gives that person a stronger voice and less resistance, ideally.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that the reason for resistance around it has been the liability for the superintendent. And so you see commonly throughout districts that this special ed director does not sit on the cabinet of the superintendent for that exact reason. But it's a shame because there does need to be a direct line from what's going on in special education to the superintendent and eventually to chiefs and the board.
I see, Monica, and then here.
I'm happy to see
Wait,
this. Oh, I'm
Monica,
sorry.
then here.
I thought-
The main reason that the CAC had fought for a long time, it has to do with the money decisions are made at that level. And often the director then just ends up being told she has this much money to then go and do whatever. So that's where it's very inequitable. I mean, she or he should at least be in on how, when the money's at that level when the money's divvied up, so they understand better what to do with it, why they're gonna, the maintenance of effort might be whatever it's gonna be, and things like that. And they might have a better idea how to be efficient, because under our SELPA plan, the CEO is the superintendent, but he really doesn't do a lot of that. It really is the director. So there's like a disconnect for our kids.
Next.
I'm happy for the board to have this discussion because the parents of this district have wanted, a cabinet-level special ed director for more than 10 years. So it's about time that actually go to the board.
Long back, way back.
Any other questions, comments around that one? I have one more observation. Can we avoid acronyms?
Where'd I put one in?
Line
Absolutely.
6, first page,
SLT?
yes.
Yes, I will take that out. Thank you. If
Thank
you see
you.
any other acronyms that I did not identify, please tell me. Speech language therapist.
That's why we want to avoid acronyms.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's, I know better, I'm sorry.
I know we all come from acronym land, but, we want to make it easy to use.
Yeah, I will. Thank you. Line 8, which box? Objective. Yeah, absolutely. If you find any others, please just circle them on the document and give it back to me. That would be awesome, rather than spend the next committee's time.
Okay. Any other comments, questions for?
I'm not clear on what cabinet level is.
Looking around, cabinet level would be the executive cabinet. So it would be the superintendent and the chiefs, I believe, in this district. In my old district, cabinet was under the assistant superintendent and was the director of special ed, the director of special programs.
Like the superintendent, then you have the HR lady. I think you said it already, didn't you?
Yeah.
I think it's the chiefs. When you say cabinet, it means at the chiefs.
And then that's
Finance,
when there's
curriculum.
Significant things that would affect inclusion. All kinds of decisions are made, and the person who actually makes those
Well, then why was
changes-
Elizabeth Blanco in a meeting with the superintendent when she met with us?
No, she can go to him about specific
No,
problems.
but
I
she
don't
bring
like
that
it
in. She
or
shouldn't have been
whatever,
sitting in
but,
that
you know.
meeting.
Yeah. Well, by,
That's
Sitting in that meeting.
the difference is,
Shouldn't have been there then.
by saying that a person.
One more violation, right? Thank you.
By saying that this position would be a part of cabinet, actually would change the bylaws and the representation, et cetera. So it would no longer be, this superintendent has this relationship and invites this person to participate. It would actually now be a part of the organizational structure. Yeah. Okay, any other questions, comments around this one?
I'm still looking real quick.
And you don't have to, it isn't due today. If you email me at any time, I will add suggestions and corrections.
Okay, having said that, that's what I'll do.
Okay. I know you've got a lot on your mind today, Louise. All righty. 11:20 to 11:50, collaboration curriculum evidence-based pre-K. So it's 11:15. I'll even give you this extra 5 minutes.
Can we swap?
Can you? Now we're negotiating.
Oh,
All righty.
Oh, good.
Look at that. You asked for it and now you have it. If you want though, Warren, we can go every student, every school. Okay. Mike, every student, every school ready? 2 minutes? Okay. Well, Louise, you now have 2 more minutes for review.
I was actually going to ask a question about, since we're talking about administration, where, if any place, James, extended school year or transition, if you guys addressed anything that pertains to those particular issues in administration, because it's kind of sort of tangled up in administration.
We have full faith in the transition and extended school year committee to handle those items.
No. I'm just, you know how sometimes stuff dovetails and cross-references. I'm not
voted on the
suggesting
issue.
that you should. I'm just
we
asking.
trust you fully.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like the Senate right now, doesn't he? Okay, so who's ready? You guys good?
I think so.
Okay. So, yeah, while you guys come on up, you can use the extra.
You're gonna make me yell?
But we can start.
You can use the extra 3 minutes that the admin staff retention group isn't using. Yeah. Yeah. Surprise. This is what they shared with me this morning. Okay. Well, you got to start.
We have here.
Okay.
Because at 11:50, I'm cutting you off. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me say that politely. Okay, let's go. Here, let's trade with me because your voice is so soft.
She's a delicate flower.
It just sticks in your lapel. Say something.
Say something.
Is that better, everyone? Okay, cool.
Don't let my voice fool you. But anyway, under.
All right, eyes on Monica, ears on Monica.
Just to give you an idea, it looks like we had done some of this before, and then people added additional information, and we didn't all have it together, so it may be a little dicey. But anyway, under Intervention Strategies 4.3, it was PUSC will implement a district-wide plan for SST pre-referral interventions that are aligned to best practices by streamlining existing SST forms, and then we'll replace existing forms with a single unified district-wide form for the documentation of general education, and it says what it would include, but basically this would then allow a standardized process for that everybody can know what the sheet looks like and what, how to find it, you know what I mean, and look for it in a file rather than labeling files. That was one thing I would think of. And then it has general education monitor referral rates would help that issue, and establish protocols for students moving from school to school through collaboration between sending and receiving school services. I actually had something different. They need to do, I have under there that they need to have true parental and regular education collaboration, which is an effort to collaborate in which the parent is actually, thoughts are actually considered on the IEP, where it would be documented in a designated area, and then there's evidence in the goals and objectives that it was considered. And the incoming regular ed teacher would do the same. The obstacles to something like that would be that the regular ed curriculum for their degree does not include any special ed training. And so there might be some resistance on the part of the regular ed teachers, more than there is now, to do such a thing. Let's see.
Monica, there are like several different SST models.
Right.
And I think at some point, we're going to have to propose probably 3 different models, because there's models for kids that are just coming into schools.
Exactly.
I mean, different ways, and this is why one of
Somebody
the,
wrote this one.
but the barrier on it, seeing that each person does it their own way, that's exactly, you're right, it's going to be the biggest barrier. But if we give them,
But
if we give them, these are 3 specific SST types of models, there should be a flow to what the child is dealing with, whether it's academic, social, emotional. I see
Right.
that.
I just want to make a real quick suggestion, as Sharon suggested, since other people may be watching, that we not use acronyms, because there are people who won't know what SST means, et cetera. So could you expound, Sean, on what you were saying?
Student study team models.
Yeah.
Models to,
But I-
student study team models,
It's been my,
or student success team models. I mean, even the name itself can be said differently in different places.
another obstacle that I potentially.
Oh, I just wanted to mention that in the training for the response to intervention that is being done
That's what I was
district-wide,
trying
there is a move away from the whole idea of a student study team and then have an intervention team in its place. And that will be changing all the forms and everything else. And so if this could be written in kind of in conjunction collaboration, that would be really great.
And that's what I was going to add. because unfortunately, this is the first time I've seen our Google Doc. I never had one. So I was just going to add the same thing, that I know a lot of the different schools are using their RTI rather than the SST, and we need a unified process.
And that is
Response
response
to
to
intervention.
intervention for behavior.
Well, no, I disagree with that, because I think
That is
that's
the training in our district, RTI for behavior.
well, then, if that's the case, then that's an obstacle to me, because I'm not really for that particular model, because of the fact that we need system-wide positive behavior support plans, that's one of the things we think is necessary, especially if you consider that you need the janitors, the gardeners, and everybody to understand if we're going to have an inclusive school.
That's exactly what this is. It's exactly what it is.
Exactly
No, I know what it is, but there's different ways to do it, and we do have backup, literature on what we are proposing as well.
Okay, and this one is also called the Positive School-Wide Behavior Plan. It's, two names for the same thing, exactly.
Well, I'm not sure if we could have been given that, how they do it.
I'd like to go down to page number.
No, but I'm just a minute. If she has questions,
Everyone, hold on.
let her have them.
One, we're starting to have more crosstalk. People are not being able to finish their thoughts,
Right.
being able to finish their sentence.
And they wanted to make it brief, and that really needs to be the case in ours. It's a lot of stuff.
They have literally 22 pages.
Okay, so.
So is there anyone who does not have a copy?
Oh,
This is something else, I don't know.
That's it, that's it.
Then I don't know where you're reading from.
yeah.
Be specific with your numbering.
Yeah, I'm,
Number 3.
Thank you.
Area 3?
yeah.
If you look at number 3 down at,
That was the problem.
right,
They didn't
it's
have
B,
Including me.
a clear statement of concern, SST meetings, a statement of teacher and parent concerns, it's all there. And contact with parents, including a signature from meetings, parent contacts and notifications, pre-referral interventions, which could be your RTI, instructional strategies utilized, which could also fall, RTI could also fall into, and documentation through the SST process.
Okay, but
This
we're
is because when my family was dealing with the with Sierra Madre School, we requested as parents an SST for our middle child for almost 2 years, for our oldest child for 3, while everybody said, we don't need to do an SST. Why do we need an SST when we were clearly indicating that it was there? This has got to do with a parent component. Also has to do with the school component. It's for both sides of this equation to be sure that they're communicating and that it's being documented. That was the intention.
Now, where did you leave off, Monica?
I'm not sure anymore, but I was talking
That
about.
was 3.
No, but I was talking about other ones under 3 that I have some that aren't on your document.
Right.
And I was talking about positive behavior supports, and they were saying.
And it could be written right in.
Their RTI is.
Positive is in here. It's just it's
Okay.
further down.
Well, that's okay. There couldn't be crossover for
Right.
Issues under the same topic, so.
Okay, again, this is high level, so it's
Right, so, and then the other issue I said was actual, real, true collaboration by documentation on the IEP of what the parent says the child is like and the child needs, and what he's like at home, so that we could start as early as possible to identify the unique needs for communication, which are so serious, to get those as young as possible. All right, so.
I have a question.
Yes. Let me go back now.
If you, on item 3,
Oh, okay.
under the objectives, it says by, and then you have the @ signs. Is it you group is still working on
Because
the
I
date?
think they wanted a date, and they haven't decided the date.
Right. There was no way of
We
there was no way
haven't
to
met
even
as a team yet.
yeah. There's no way to guess at it yet. That's what's going on.
You guys have done a fantastic job. Do not ask that we haven't met as a team. Don't
Yeah.
distract from the
Yeah.
work that you've done. The fact that you have called out dates, at this point, the biggest thing is we want to make certain that, we expand the acronyms, we use the full terminology.
Right.
And that's really kind of the biggest thing that I've
And even without reading this, I remember when Tony talked about it, we thought it was something urgent, so we don't miss
Something that should be
people.
done. Right. Right. It's the idea of that from Yeah, because if you go down, later on that we go into there's some stuff on the positive interventions, but one of the problems is that we're looking at program improvement. One of the critical pieces right off the bat is that if children are being identified by parents or by staff as needing an intervention, then that communication needs to be clear and it needs to be documented so that it's happening. Or and that's something that needs to happen right away. It's not something to wait. If we follow the CAC recommendation for 5 years into like a full inclusion model, that's past the deadline. If in 5 years, if this district's in program improvement year 1 or 2 right now, that would be program improvement year 6, at which point an outside agency would be taking over the district. So this isn't something that we should look at as going down the road, but we should really focus and address everything with immediacy. Like, this needs to be done right now, because in 5 years, if the program hasn't improved, it's a significant
I don't know
problem.
if you know this, but special has been in program improvement a few times.
Right.
Okay, so
Yes.
anyway, let me just finish. I was talking about a system-wide behavior support system, which is kind of like the same thing, and that's why we just clear up that definition with the information. Right. Now, system-wide is different than an individual plan, okay? All right. So let's go back to what I'm at on the back. But if you guys aren't left-handed like me, you can go the way. So if you turn it over, going by this staple, okay, it says Section 504 compliance.
Which number?
It's number 1, and it says number 1. It's on the back.
I thought we were on number 4.
We're on number 1 now.
Sorry.
So under objective.
Yeah, I don't think everybody has the same, because I have 1 and then 3, and no, I have 1, 2, 3. And I don't have what you're saying.
Because there are no page
Yeah.
numbers, it's
They're on the corner
areas.
here.
Yeah, but that's not the page number. I think that's what's confusing people, because I see exactly where you're talking about
Confusing
now,
people.
under objective.
Yeah, it's not just confusing people, it's confusing me.
You're good.
Yes. Okay, so let's go back to number 1. And this was Section 504 compliance for obvious reasons. And those of you who've never filed a 504 complaint, maintaining 504 compliance is a part of the IDEA. I have a copy of the last one here. And the problem is POSD will have a district-wide protocol for the implementation of 504 plans, which includes systemic training of the serious nature of not having such a plan. I mean, not following the process. Because I think a lot of people think, well, it's not like an IEP, and maybe we could just give a little extra tutoring, and that often doesn't happen. And then what happens is when the child gets to be an adult and they got to go to college and maybe need extra time on something, you understand what I'm saying? It's very hard to get if you don't have 2 years of having that on a document.
We have a hand.
Did you know that?
I would recommend that someone from your committee consult with the Sandra Rodarte and the Child Welfare and Attendance Office, because in the principals training, it's been made very clear to us, and in documents we have from the county, that 504 is not special ed. In fact, we
No,
cannot
it's
have
not
a special ed
it's not
person
special ed.
administer that. So at my site, for example, the principal is the 504 administrator, and it's completely separate from special education.
And if I may, we did note that. I'm sorry, Monica. It was noted that what happened was that it says here that it is a general ed function, and we had discussed that as a group, and but we still needed to address it because it came up in the audit.
And we're just following.
If I may, it came up in numerous audits.
Okay.
And so
You'll
the
see the other
the
side,
delineation
a
that
list.
it was not a special ed function.
We
was
talked
made,
about it.
And it was made in the
Right,
group as
and we-
well, and it was clear. It was just,
of the audits.
it was felt that it was still important enough to reference the relationship.
And the main reason that I remember I believed it was not necessarily a special ed issue is that we're a single district SELPA and we have a child find obligation. So that does apply to everybody.
Monica, for those who aren't familiar with 504 compliance,
You could do that better than me.
no, would you expound upon that, please, what it is?
Okay, 504 compliance, and it says it right here is to establish a protocol for students moving from school to school. No, what am I saying? It's the documentation of progress toward goals and objectives. Am I on the right page?
You want me to do a quick little
No, I'm just looking at the wrong thing reading it, because this is the first time I've seen it. School, 504 is plans for people that need mainly modifications and accommodations. It's not somebody who maybe needs a particular, they may need one service, for instance, so they don't need the designation as special ed. They can be designated as 504, and it's important because a lot of these, most of these people end up going to college, but if you don't have a 504 plan for extra time for like the SAT or whatever, you know, it could affect the actual outcome of your test score. And so you need to have those, as they're very serious. I had someone call me just the other day about the fact that their IEP didn't say final on it. It still said draft where they crossed it out. And one of the universities didn't want to take it. And so she wasn't going to get any extra time. So it's really important. And there's specific rules at universities for how long it has to be. I think it's 2 years. You have to have had a plan, and it's specifically saying what you needed. Is that better?
Just a point of clarification, and I could be wrong, but my understanding is that a major difference between an IEP and a 504 plan is there are no services connected with a 504
No, you
plan.
can
There
have
are
services.
accommodations, but not services. For example, if I have a child who breaks their arm just before the CST, a general ed kid, and that child needs to dictate their answers to someone so that they can actually take the test, we wrote a 504 plan saying an accommodation of this type must be made for this child for this period of time. I have another 504 plan in effect right now for a child who's in the process of special ed assessment. And it's kind of to address some of his needs, but there are no services, there are accommodations.
We're worried about
So I do recommend that we consult with Sandra Brodarte just to be clear
And
on
one more
our
time, we
document.
just were talking about the part of it that affects us special ed people.
Well, you mentioned services, so
Well, I meant services, like, for instance, some people have, like, speech therapy, and they have 504 plans.
Right, students receiving special education services could also have a 504 plan.
And they can.
That's where there is need.
And in a lot of states, they do that. I don't know if I don't know, I guess we weren't doing that here, we didn't know. I'm not sure.
It's true that RTI is general education. It's true that 504 is general education, but historically, they have always required support from special education.
correct.
And so we have to be prepared to support the general ed, which, by the way, is why special ed came to be in the first place. It's a support to general education. It became a place somewhere in the early 80s, but really, it's true that with RTI and 504 plans and SSTs, that these are all general ed
Universal design.
functions, absolutely historically have always required special education support. So we have to be part of it.
I do understand what Ms. Leffler is saying, because she's a principal, she's got to be responsible for everything.
Right, and there's also the component of trying to bring the two groups of educators together as one, with one shared vision and one shared understanding. And one of them needs to be, right, is that the 504 is clearly a service, not a place. That's being delivered right in the general education classroom. And it's to make sure that everybody's clear on what modifications are, regardless of whether a student's been identified as receiving special education services, but also in recognizing that if they notice that a child is struggling right away, that they start the process of an SST, because Right, as it starts to move, right, but it doesn't always show up, and as we know, especially our parents of children with more of the what are called the hidden disabilities, that some of our children aren't found. We find it, but it's not found until they're in 3rd or 4th grade, and they've already been labeled as being problematic and other negative labels.
Could I ask the group a question, or maybe someone knows the answer to this? When we are presenting to the school board, is under the recommendation, is that what we're going to be presenting to the school board and nothing else? Like, in other words, all the other information, like proposed action plan and timeline and resources needed, is that going to be presented to the school board?
We will be backing up everything with citations. We were just talking about that, for why we want things the way our recommendations come out. But we won't be presenting like all this long written.
The format that will be shared with the board.
That's what she said she had to work on exactly.
Is the area, which is again why I asked everyone to use listening
Right.
form.
Okay.
Right.
What will be shared with the board will be the area, the recommendation, the objective that goes with that recommendation. Essentially, they will see everything across the board. They will see everything, including the resources needed, because some of the resources will not be reviewed prior to us being able to submit this.
Okay, so the only thing that's not going to be submitted is the resources, is that correct?
No.
The resources as well, because under the resources, we indicate, a subcommittee will indicate that, X report needs to be reviewed and analyzed to.
Okay, so because we've condensed many groups into one,
This was a
one.
bunch of them.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I'm going to put to the group. I think this is an amazing body of work and an incredible amount of information, and I support it 1,000%. But I think presenting something this dense to the school board, we're hurting ourselves. I think that we need to simplify things a little bit so that they're not completely overwhelmed, because this is just one area.
Okay, but what I want you to understand is that I've presented things to the board and seen task force reports for a long time, and there are a lot of pages to them. They don't ask you to speak on each
Okay, well,
in depth. They get the document too.
Our role will be, how do we?
And that's what I'm trying to do.
This is the view that I've had on this. When we first began, there were, I'll borrow your mic.
I'm tired.
When we first began, we actually began by polling to identify the top 10.
okay.
And my belief is that our presentation should include what those top 10 are.
Right.
And they still receive all of the documentation because, again, no one else has to do this now.
Right.
This is the roadmap. But, But I believe that we should include what those top 10 were based on our polling, and then you can identify where those are in the documents to move forward.
Okay, so I have no experience with this.
Right.
Are we doing ourselves a disservice by presenting too much information, or no? That's not something to be considered.
That might see that way
Okay.
to other people, but
Okay.
having presented to them for a long, long, long time and seen reports, no, we're not.
Okay.
This is the
Yes,
best
our-
way.
If you
Okay.
recall, our charge was to provide,
Depth
yeah.
of information.
Yeah, so we will create an executive summary
Right.
for the presentation.
That's usually what they
Yes.
do. And it'll be a little outline.
That was my
normally.
concern, to make sure that we're not doing ourselves a disservice by presenting an executive summary so that they don't get put off by the volume.
Well, they're not going to get put off because the actual document will be entered into the record.
Well,
And,
you know what I'm saying. We want this to
I
be a
understand.
positive.
It will be. It will be positive.
Okay.
And I
All
think
right.
it's going to be it's always hard to know how to summarize it to make them want to look. That's what I always found when I had to present things.
Okay.
Louise?
I agree with Monica, only because this is documentation. Documentation, they can go back and reference, but I just want to sort of make the analogy between the document we'll be presenting as the PUSD Special Ed Task Force and our children's IEPs. Our IEPs are essential to the services that our children get, and it's years of documentation. And to me, whatever we're saying in the document we present to the board is essential. It's documentation for them to reference. We're not asking them to sit down and have a nice read, in an hour on everything we're presenting. We're saying, these are our findings, and then they can reference it as time goes by, because this is a starting point.
Right. As a response, I prefaced it by saying I supported 1,000%. I was merely asking the group, are we doing ourselves? I was asking. I was wondering, are we doing this the right way?
Right.
Are we approaching the situation with a sense of diplomacy, or are we overwhelming the school board? That's what I was asking.
Gotcha.
I'm not disagreeing with anything.
No,
I agree with everything.
The board really wants our input, but they will want backup to be able to, some teeth in it, to be able to do it. And so to me, that's why at least I feel it needs to be evidence-based as well,
I'm not
Absolutely. Thank you.
asking.
One
All right,
finger,
let's go
Sean,
on.
and then we move on.
Is that my new name, One Finger Sean?
As long as
Because
you
I
use
got
the right
5.
finger.
I got 5 and I got
I've
2
written
hands.
behavior plans for that behavior.
He got the other
I'm
9
thinking I
chopped
have
off
to.
when he was in the mafia.
I've wondered what finger I should be
Use
using.
the right one.
If you only knew, if you always.
That's 2.
I've been trying to determine what number it falls under, and I think it's still under area 4. Looking at I'm going back to content, and not about whether or not we should do it. I'm just going to go to content and looking under the objectives on.
No, I'm going to go by number. We're now on number 2.
Okay, but yeah,
I
this
never
is.
did 4.
Yeah, we started with that because we had this whole accommodations talk. So what, did we not talk about accommodations? Was I having a hallucination during the meeting?
It was a conversation that kind of moved around.
So we didn't talk about SST, accommodations. Could I just make my quick statement and be done with it? Thanks.
Please,
If
please.
we're going to, one of the biggest things that I've run into in multiple districts, but especially in my role in this district, is the point of accommodations. There does come a point where even the most trained individual does not know how to accommodate for certain people's curriculum. So it's an absolute imperative that, and I just wrote, training for all teachers on accommodations for their specific curriculum areas by creating curriculum teams. You create a curriculum team and then they create the accommodations that can be done for their particular curriculum. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
There are a lot of the recommendations that are going to cross, but there actually are legally, legal, we're just working this, but what I'm saying is, you all don't understand, there are legal accommodations that are in the Ed Code, and what's a modification, I personally have the list. It's a very lengthy list, and then maybe when we're done, we may want some more, but we're not finished yet. You understand?
Right, and it can be parked right into there. That kind of stuff would really help.
Because we're always in these lands of generic accommodations.
Oh, no, we're not going to be
Right?
in a generic.
And even the fact, Monica, that they're in a book already,
No, I won't do
Right,
them
or-
like, we won't be doing anything generic like that when we're done.
And I was hearing you, Don, one of the things I think that when it is presented, that we can have all the details there on how to get
That's
there,
right.
but the headlines are what really works. And so it's like, hit those headlines all the way through it, leave the others, the fine points for them to ask later for clarifications. But, in the presentation, that it goes right to the, across, right across.
No, and
It's big stuff.
in addition, Sharon asked us to be even briefer right now, so I'm just trying to be as brief as possible. But whenever I do presentations, I always give you enough to titillate your interest to want to look and see the details and the backup information. Give them just enough. Okay, so anyway, on number 2, opportunities for inclusion. That's the one recommendation based on 9.1 and 9.2 in a study. I'm not sure why they wrote this, but by August 2012, PUSD will adopt a research-based social skills program, be embedded district-wide through the ELL and District Adopted Language Arts Program. August 2012, then ongoing. Opportunities for inclusion would be in violation of our definition of inclusion. So I'm not quite sure. Did we ever approve that?
No.
Also, how confusing.
I think the idea there, Monica.
No, but we have a
Right,
definition.
right. The idea there was to be looking at a social skills program. That came from one
That's
of the
different.
one of the teachers that were on the team, and was saying, look, we really need some social skills programs, and we see some really great opportunities to utilize those. Within ELL and the adopted language arts, can you put something down in those areas? So we started it, but you'll also see we weren't sure what the program was or where that money was coming from or what it was.
Tony.
But we were looking at, we put it in as 9.1 and 9.2 because that was the best fit for that kind of an idea. And I do agree, if we have inclusion means inclusion. And I agree with what you're saying. What we were looking at is how do you make, we have a measurable goal and objectives, such as a program. That is something that can be looked at and it can be quantified. And if it's quantified, then it makes sense to people.
If you remember.
Hang on. Way down the bottom of the document, there's also
We're still
9.1
pasting
opportunity.
it.
Exactly.
There are suggested programs.
Right.
Yeah.
And there are suggestions for programs and ideas as the document goes on. There are things that are, this is clearly a skeleton, but it's a really big area, and trying to cover a lot of things and doing it.
all day long.
Right.
Okay.
Right, and so, and doing that on 2 or 3 hours when, if we can get the children to go to sleep at a reasonable hour, and if we're not already exhausted at the end of the workday. So it is, this is someone used the term with me, I believe it was Don, he said that, we're looking at a daunting task and trying to help me, level some of my higher end emotions. And in a note and that he sent me, and it is a lot to do, and it is a lot to do, as Mike had shared, as just one facet, and as you have shared, as one facet of our life, and it's become a huge part of our life right now, and it's hard.
I'm not sure if you're talking about.
And then there's the winds in Sierra Madre that take out our electricity, and then we can't get on the
I
computer.
actually wanted to use this opportunity because there's 2 things I'm going to ask us to do that are off agenda. One, I don't know if you all recall, Tony and Mary came to a meeting as community members and immediately found a place on the task force and immediately created a footprint and were impactful and participating and supportive. So I want to make certain that just we within the task force honor that and are aware of that and thank them for just diving right in and, becoming a part of our little dysfunctional family here.
Well, they know when they call
And-
me, I tell them thank you.
Because your input has been invaluable.
And outside for you is a new car.
You get a car. And
No,
then,
he's the musician. You
so-
should have had to say that.
And going forward, they will be recognized
Okay.
as members of the task force. And then the other thing is, because there is so much information here, It's going to be your homework. I need you to review this, make notes, and any questions or comments, I need you to send to the
Yeah,
committee.
I just would then add that there are things that are missing.
You're
And
still
that,
working on it.
right, that we have an inclusive curriculum specific that we're going to be adding in there by age group, as well as types of assessments and things like that. And everything will be evidence-based.
Okay, do we think we can have that all in by Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay,
I already done this part. Yeah.
Excellent, thank
Right,
you.
and then there's a couple more, cognitive behavior therapy and data collection on participation of the parent being included in the IEP.
Okay,
And there's even a few more, so.
Great.
They go under, some of them cross in many areas, but that just shows the level of importance of that issue. Social skills, to me, is very huge and has a lot of parts to it.
I noticed that
We don't have a lot of coverage here in universal design, but I just want to really encourage everyone to take a look at universal design.
I actually
because it
printed
is
some
adopted
studies
here.
for you.
Keep weaving in as many things as that are in the law and that the district has already acknowledged, because the more strength that we give this document, the more likely it's going to, it's not only going to be that it goes through, but that it does become, as Mike had said, an ongoing thing. And I wanted to just really, restate that I agree with you that the first statement that should come out of our mouths is we need this to continue. This can't be something that, this is a living document, it has to be kept alive, and the only way that we're going to keep this alive is if there is a group of people that are actively working on it, not putting it on a shelf or throwing it in a file folder, but actually working it and making sure that these things are taking place.
I'm going to offer, because I'm almost sure that this is going to require a lot of work by Wednesday, even though it's really
And I want to thank you for the use of the office
I'm
last
going to
week.
offer it again. I think that on Tuesday night, I'm going to offer that this group can get together at my office and go through some of this so that this group, the group that you're talking about, evidence-based curriculum,
My group met somewhere?
yeah, if that's okay.
Their
because there's a lot
subcommittee.
of-
I didn't meet anywhere.
We didn't meet.
I'm just giving a place that you could
No, but
meet
you
at.
said they met last week?
No, we met on a different committee.
He's offering his office
Monica.
as a location.
That's
to-
very
We-
nice
we
of
met
you,
on
'cause I
another
wanna
s-
see your program anyway.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
an offline conversation that
It
you
is.
all
So I'm
can
going to
have.
send out an email in regards to it, just so you know you have a space to work.
Great, thank you. So again, review this document, send questions, comments directly to subcommittee members. All righty, next.
Sharon, may I make a suggestion that each subcommittee lead maybe, somehow we need to know who to send the comments to in the subcommittee
Excellent.
meetings. Yeah.
On the admin staff, you'll see it's Jim Albanese. On the collaboration curriculum, the one we're talking about now, it's Monica. Every student, every school, Mike Costello. And transition and extended school year is Louise. If you forget, it's written right over here. All right? Every student, every school. Where did Mike go? There he
If I
is.
could ask, on the collaboration, if you would just choose a color and type it in over to the side, just put your first name and say, I have these questions of clarification, or will you take a look at this program? Anything like that, that you just put it in, either bold it or put it in a different color so that we see it, because we open this thing up and look at it almost every single day. So if it's opened up, and it's probably the fastest way, at least in what's here right now, to get that looked at. Because as soon as we open it up, we scroll we look to see if anyone's been on, and then we scroll through to look to see if there's anything that's been added in. And then it just really shows up a lot easier that way.
If it's not clear what we meant when we wrote something down, it might be better for us to explain it, what we were.
Right, and then we can clarify if there was if it was something that we were looking at, that what. what, or something, like just right now, we just noticed that it was just shared by Sharon that there's no number 5, and that's because I was retyping all the numbers to try to line it up, so.
Okay, thank you, because this is the biggest area of all the documents. Thank you, thank you. Every student, every school.
We're getting stage ready. Hold on.
Okay, so before I pass out the documentation to support it, I just wanted to give a high-level overview of the thought process, because that will hopefully put everything else into context. Every student, every school, we feel is kind of like the overriding mission of this task force in terms of making every school site appropriate for every student. And so right now, there are holes in here because ultimately we would think that all these other things, professional development, core curriculum, ESY, everything else, will have a place at some point into making every student, every school site appropriate for every student. So where there are holes now, know that the way we envision it, the work of this subcommittee or the work of this subcommittee would be taken in part, in whole, whatever, to sort of make a comprehensive from school site up to top of the district plan. So that said, we met this past week and sort of thought, let's look at it from a where we're at now, where we need to be, and work our way backwards. So we came up with this pyramid. And so the pyramid at the top is the Board of Education. There's a lot of stuff that they need to do first to set the foundation to get to where we need to be. The bottom of the pyramid, is every, I'm not a teacher for obvious reasons. At the bottom of the period is every school site. So we need to start with the Board of Education. Everything needs to, at some point, get down to every school site. Our plan, we feel, this overall task force plan, we feel, needs to be unassailable. That everything that we present has to have no objectionable criteria, no objectionable element, whether on a moral level, a financial level, or any other level, because once you can pick a hole at one part of the plan, then the whole document becomes open for picking apart, and everything else can stop. So, so that's what we're trying to do. And we realize that, as this has been discussed here many times, nothing's going to change overnight. We're not going to get to every school site by tomorrow or by next month or whenever. It's going to take a multi-year process. So trying to do it in bite-sized chunks that we can be realistic in how we get there, but at the end of the day, whenever this process is, and we'll have a timeline about when the process is supposed to get there, we will achieve our result of what this is. Don, I feel, made an excellent point at our meeting. Everybody made excellent points at our meeting. In this specific case, Don said, nothing will happen until something happens. And so it's about moving the ball forward incrementally so that we can ultimately get to the last point. And Tony and Mary made an excellent point in the sense that, as they mentioned here, tying everything back to stuff that's already been approved or everybody's on board with. So the ISS, the inventory for supports and students and services, that's already a living document within the district itself that's acknowledged and accepted. So going back here and tying in everything that's already accepted and weaving it together. Okay, so Board of Education, number one. They have to be on board. Things have to be done there to get us to the next point. The superintendent and the executive leadership team is the second phase. The board sets the policy. It's up to the superintendent then to execute. And the superintendent with his executive leadership team, they are not at the school site level, obviously. So there's still things that we need to get down here. I believe it was continuum of services. And was it least restrictive environment that we had as the third one? Let me look real quick.
Transition plan?
No.
Best practices? Right?
Basically, okay, so you get the Board of Education, you get the superintendent and ELT to be on board with every student, every school. But Now we have to define what that really means in real terms. So the next phase, we feel, is defining the continuum of services and the, I think it was the least restrictive environment. I'm not sure. I'll come back to that. So we set up getting them on board with the vision, defining what the overall goal is, and then we come down in here into transitional plans. So once these three things are in alignment, then it can be starting to be done at a school site level. It's not going to be able to be done right away, so we figure take a year of planning per set of schools and use this year to put transitional teams in place, transitional plans in place. We realize then that this transitional plan takes two different levels. There's the ELT level and principals, because they set the direction of each school, so they need a separate transitional plan aspect of it. And then there is the actual school community itself, whether that's teachers of any kind, staff of any kind, and parents of any kind. And then within those transitional plans, realizing that there are two different segments of schools. There is the elementary school, and there is the secondary school, middle and high school. So each of the elementary school will have one sort of obstacles and opportunities, and the middle and high school will have another set of obstacles and opportunities. So in general, that's how we're positioning this, that's how we're viewing this. And now with that said, Vanna 2, if you can send that out. Give that one. Yeah. There are two documents per handout. There's the SMART objective chart, and then there's kind of just a Blackboard accumulation of things that we discussed.
Thank you.
So for the sake of this right now, next couple minutes, don't look at the second one, just look at the SMART objectives chart.
I can't see it.
There's enough for everybody. There should be enough for everybody.
It's just these two, right?
Yeah, just those two. So again, document number 1, the chart that everybody's used to seeing. Document number 2, a very rough-looking
There's more
Word
coming
document.
around, so maybe we can.
Okay, so where we're at right now,
That's this. It's there.
they're not the same.
But they look very different.
One is a chart
one
that
is
we've,
a template,
yeah.
and one is an outline.
Right.
Yeah,
We got it now,
we passed both ways.
Oh, my lovely.
We got it, we're good.
We're good.
If you were told to share, you don't have to share anymore.
Yes.
That's fine.
We passed the same document 2 ways,
Okay.
right?
You and he both got the same document.
That's the same document both ways. Got it.
You want me to make copies? Okay.
Okay. Everybody, so we're looking at the template right now. Where we're at now as a subcommittee is we felt we've sort of fleshed out the top 2, maybe the top 3. The Board of Education. So if you look at the proposed action plan, I'm sorry, let's take a step back. So the first recommendation, acceptance of all students at all school sites, all schools inclusive within 5 years as evidenced per IEPs. The next SMART objective, the SMART objective that applies to that. All school sites will be inclusion schools as defined by board policy to be determined by the start of the 2016-17 school year. So we're looking at a 5-year implementation plan. Breaking it out so that the 2012-13 will be a transitional planning year for the first set of schools, and some schools will come on board in 2013-14. Another set of schools will come on board 2014-15, another set 15-16, a final set 16-17. Going to the proposed action plan, the Board of Education must be, special education must become a stated priority of the Board of Education. And so we look at this as a multi-step process, the first one being that they adopt the definition of inclusion, which we'll get to at their first opportune board meeting, 5/22, perhaps.
It's the Board of Ed.
When they get
Jumping to page 3, the next part of the special education becoming a priority of the Board of Education, that we're suggesting that a board policy be implemented, a new board policy, that every school, every site will become an inclusive school with a continuum of services in the least restrictive environment. So they're adopting what the definition of inclusion is. Now they're saying that that's going to be applied to every school site throughout as a policy. Jumping to turn that page over, special education must become a stated Board of special education must become priority of the BOE. So we're suggesting that a new regulation then be put in place that all the school sites will be inclusive within a 5-year time plan. So that's where we're at right now with the Board of Education. Now it becomes a priority of the superintendent. So we're going to jump ahead a little bit to page, I guess it'd be page 6.
What's the item number?
It's not itemized, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It'd be on page 6. It's on the back of page 5.
I see it.
Who does the monitoring?
Oh, thanks for bringing that in. I meant to have accountability and accountability. Okay. So special education must become a required priority of the superintendent. So the Board of Education shall make the successful implementation of special education one of the top tier criteria by which the superintendent is reviewed annually. And to Don's point, who does the monitoring? It's going to be an outside third party. It's going to be whatever comes out of this group. It's not going to be the superintendent, it's not going to be the peers, it's not going to be a school site, it's not going to be anybody that's directly related to the superintendent. It'll be an outside third party, and ultimately we feel that will have hopefully some teeth in making sure that he or she carries through on this. That's basically where we are right now. If you look at some of these other proposed action plans, it deals with board policies that currently exist and then the need to amend them to make them inclusive friendly. So that it's permeated throughout all these different types of board policies. Transitional plans. This is kind of where we're at right now. We have an elementary school principal on our task force, on our subcommittee, and so we're working on sort of fleshing out what the transitional plan would be in terms of just a broad skeletal point. We're looking to flesh in these ELT plans and the school site plans. Ultimately, to Don's point, there's the accountability loop. And we look at 2 phases of accountability. We look at an overall process accountability, and then we look at an accountability at each school site. So hypothetically speaking, 4 schools are going to become the first wave of schools to become the every student, every school inclusive LRE continuum of services thing. So through that transitional planning year, there will be an accountability loop throughout, so that there'll be an outside third party group that's saying, okay, school 1, you're making progress, school 2, you're making progress, 3, 4, you're making progress, so that we're all moving forward in the same way. Again, if any one of those schools fails that first year, it damages the whole set of systems that's in place afterwards. So we want to make sure that we catch any fear of failure at that point. Then the accountability loop of this entire process, and we do have that down here. The last page, the very last page. Smart objective, the very last smart objective, accountability loop with poison pill members. What we mean by that is that if we can put an outside third-party group together that consists of not only representatives of this group, meaning stakeholders such as teachers, principals, parents, and what have you, but also the poison pill members of outside community members such as Azusa Pacific or outside colleges, Pasadena City College, people that are respected that have, anyway. So school, outside universities, perhaps city council member, definitely a special education lawyer. If the board and the superintendent know that a special education, a legal person is involved in the monitoring of this, that's the teeth, the stick that says if you're not proceeding, there's always that other aspect. And then ideally, a member of the news committee, a member of the news media who is special education friendly, because then you have the legal aspect of a punishment, you have the public relations embarrassment aspect of a punishment. So wanting to have an accountability with teeth at this level to make sure that once they say we're going down this path, we're really going down this path. And the way we observe this, regardless of whether this accountability loop aspect is approved by the Board of Education, we can say it's going forward regardless. And as a body, we can put that accountability third-party team in place regardless. So
We're just informing them that that's what it's...
right, that it's going to happen regardless. You can either accept it and work with it, or you can reject it and it'll be outside your jurisdiction. The last thing, the Word document, was as we were going through this, there's a whole ton of ideas and obstacles and everything else. So we just sort of captured them on this document with the idea of throwing them into the plan overall.
Mike, I wanted to ask you a question.
Yes.
I'm looking at your pyramid for a transitional plan, and then I'm looking at your Word document.
Yes.
So the definition that you're using for transition plan is the annual plan to become an inclusion school? Is that what you mean when you say
what I'm
transitional
talking,
plan?
no, that's a really good question. So year one, 4 schools are identified hypothetically, So 4 schools are going to come online in 1 year from now. So those schools use the present year, full year, to do whatever they need to do to get all the systems in place from these subcommittees, so that on day 1 of the next school year, we're on board and everybody's working as a system. Everybody meaning from the executive leadership team to the principals to the staff to the teachers to the parents in the community.
I was actually going to make a statement based on what Louise said before she actually said it, and that was you may want to add another word, a descriptor or something to the use of transitional plans in the document so
Since
that
it
it's
has a
not
multiple
confused
message,
with,
right.
yes. We want to make certain that we always stay on the same page with
So
the
maybe
meaning.
a planning period or planning plan.
You
I think
you can refer to it as
transition implementation plan, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you just want to make certain there's a differentiation between.
Right.
Right.
It's a TIP.
I'm good with the tip.
And then I think Mike brought up something that, he used the term inclusion. Monica mentioned inclusion and us not having a definition. So I think it's so imperative. I don't know where we stand on coming up with whatever our definition is, but it's so imperative that we get that defined so that we're all using the same definition.
Right.
I move that we once and for all finalize the definition today, because it's it keeps on becoming an issue as far as going on furthering, and I think it's turned into a mental block almost, where people are like, well, we don't they can't get past a certain thing because we're like 7 words away from a finalized definition. Am I right?
I think
Okay.
even fewer than 7.
Okay, even fewer than 7 words. So we're that close.
I have a question regarding, on page 7 at the top, amend Board Policy 2123, evaluation of superintendent. Is what the subcommittee is proposing is to revise the actual evaluation process, or is it to revise the criteria on which the superintendent is evaluated?
All of these amend board policies and regulations, whatever, all of those policies that exist currently are written very vaguely. So we're just suggesting that they be added so that we have inclusion and
Okay, and
these
so
things in.
that takes me to my next statement, which is where you simply say amend indicate what the amendment is to accomplish.
Correct.
That would be helpful. Because again, in reading that, the criteria on which the superintendent is evaluated changes from year to year.
Right.
Yes, but the criteria changes from year to year. So that's why I was asking, is it saying, you want to change the criteria, or do you want to change the procedure?
All the board policies are basically one level of recommendation, meaning let's just get the paperwork and the policies consistent with what the goals are of this task force. The second standalone recommendation of making it part of his or her top tier criteria, that will be written in a evergreen way so that every year the superintendent is evaluated on the performance of students in special education.
Okay, all righty.
Like
So
an amendment to existing, but being more
So
specific.
we would want to clarify that
Yes.
in that particular statement. Last question is on the very last page, and I know that it's a colloquialism, accountability loop with poison pill members. We might want to,
That was
since we're trying to make friends here.
that was just in a late night editing phase of the amend.
Just rage. Just wanted to point that out. Unless we want to get hats made, poison pill member, I don't know.
Or PMD, pills of mass destruction.
All righty, thank you, great work, and thank you so
Yes.
much for setting the stage for us. All righty.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Because there is program improvement,
Microphone.
though,
Pull it closer.
isn't it? Because we're in program improvement for special ed, there are fully included students at more than just those 4 schools that are being targeted for transition. I'm very concerned that all the fully included students at all the other schools in the district may be in situations where they can fail and, they're not getting what they need. And I was trying to find out who knows where these fully included students are. How many are there at each site? Huh? Yeah, because I don't want them to be falling through the cracks, because they could drop significantly and add to this gap.
Do they have IEPs?
Yes.
Then the special education department should know where they are.
Right.
Sure they do.
And I'm sorry to say this, but even with those IEPs, there's no guarantee that the programs are actually being implemented the way that the IEP is structured. So it is really, really important that we not forget that those students are out there, and that we in some place and somewhere acknowledge there are children out there that are fully included, that aren't receiving, even though they have an IEP that says that they're fully included, they're not receiving the supports and the structure of the intent or the intention of the IEP, just because they have been identified as being fully included. And that's something that we just, we really need to be aware and sensitive to, because and I'm speaking from personal experience, that we do know that you can have a student fully included, that there can be in a district with no definition of inclusion, under the supervision of an inclusion specialist which is a paid position, and yet there's, again, no definition of inclusion. So what's, and then what, or that this is pulled out. Now there's not an inclusion specialist anymore, but this child's still identified as being fully included. So it's just a matter of making sure that we're aware that we have kids already that are fully included, and that are at other schools, and we can't forget that they're there, within the structure, within this structure, in this rebuilding. And also, the two of us have talked about this for a while, since the meeting we had on Wednesday, and we're still not very comfortable with a a middle, I almost called it a junior high school, I just gave away my age, but the middle school and high school not already being identified, because we do have children that are fully included in those, in middle school and high school, and that are having, that have success, but we need to look at that. We need to say, what you see, what's going on in this program that's working, what's going on that's not working, and to make sure that we've got more than just in a year. In a year we're going to, or two, we're going to start implementing this idea for middle school and high school. We need to start right now, because there are already children in these quandaries. They're already fully included.
There was Sharon, and then there was Jim, and before I go to Sharon, I wanted to ask if that was actually one of the questions that came to my mind as I was reading the document, if the subcommittee might reconsider or put it on the table for discussion again, the proposed sites for inclusion to encompass the students who are already perhaps ready for middle or...
We started
Wait.
The initial conversation that was proposed was a set of elementary schools, one middle school, and one high school, whatever you want to call it, but one middle, you know what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
And we had the representation of a secondary school teacher who thankfully pointed out that there are different issues that affect a secondary school than those that exist at an elementary school. And back to my initial point of wanting to make this unassailable in terms of execution, and once one of these elements fails, then the whole rest of the plan can be called into question, because if it failed in year one, why proceed with a failed plan all the way down? Where we're currently at now, the suggestion was made that rather than rush into a secondary school situation and have it fail because we're trying to, like Sean said, the Titanic sunk because they were forced to get there by a certain time. And we don't want to have a secondary school sink because we're forced to get there by a certain time. We want to put the conditions in place by which the secondary school succeeds. And so that's why, as it's currently standing, it was removed and said, let's identify the school now, let's identify the schools now, the middle and the high school, for now that we're going to be targeting, but let's give them 2 years to plan and make it successful, as opposed to just a single year of transitional implementation plan.
Well, actually, we have a hand, and then we have, yeah.
Thanks. Having been on this committee and hearing the discussion, including the input from the middle school teacher, it is evident that, I guess I'll just say it's a little more simple or less complicated to do this at the elementary levels. So I am supporting the idea of waiting a second year before we start including secondary schools, because the issues there are many.
And it's not that we're waiting to include them, it's that we're identifying them now and working over the next 2 years to make it successful.
Right.
One at a time.
I also think that, and Tony's right on target here, and other people have said, until we have an agreed upon and fully understood definition of inclusion, we're kind of stymied in a way.
I'm sorry, Monica. You're going to have to hold your tongue. But I'm serious. Then maybe you need to step out in the hallway to have that conversation with you.
So to continue with
we all
my
know
statement.
We need it, but it's disruptive. No, your constant commenting is disruptive.
Okay, I'm going to just talk over any comments if I may, and I'll get louder if I need to, so I can make my point that I think before we finish today or before we start our next meeting, the definition of inclusion needs to be made, because if you talk to someone at every school in this district, they're either going to say, oh, we do inclusion, or we don't do inclusion, but people who think they're doing inclusion may not fit the criteria that, so I think that really is like an overarching need for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim.
Yes, and I'm I'm glad to see that the continuum of services and least restrictive environment is up there, because my concern always is, I need that well-defined definition as well as the definition of inclusion. I've said that before, so I'm very grateful to the committee for including that up there.
Okay, actually, her hand and then you, Monica.
One thing I wanted to say about the high school and middle schools is working at a high school and teaching students with mild to moderate disabilities that inclusion is already happening. So when we do talk about inclusion, a lot of times we only think about students with moderate to severe disabilities, but we have students who we would say in old-fashioned days that are RSP, that are in fully included classrooms, and they may receive very few services from special education. So inclusion is already happening with students with mild moderate disabilities, because I was there. I had students who were in gen ed, math, English, every other class, and may come to me for a period where it was just academic assist. So even though that may not be a focus, because there are a lot of different issues at elementary, they are at middle and high school, I think they could be included only because it happens already, and it's not happening very well.
Right.
And so we need to talk about, even if we're going to set up middle and high schools to do what we more think about when we talk about inclusion is with students with moderate to severe disabilities, we really need to focus on how does this look for a student that has a mild moderate disability? How are they being supported, because they are fully included at this point? And then what services and what do we need to set up at that school site, that since they're already getting the services, since they're already there, to help support them? And then talk about also how do we set up other school sites to get them to that point as well.
Well, it was planned on March 28th to actually bring the definition forward again. And then I was not here. So we have one more group to go. We have Monica, one more group to go. And then we can have that discussion before we leave today. Yes.
I think this is ridiculous. You're making people write goals about something they don't have a definition. And I don't know why we can't present it now. There was no holdback, and we didn't say we weren't done when being a member of that. And these are the kind of things, I don't have a problem. I can go to the board and ask them. Because to me, you don't make people keep doing work without documents, and now without a definition that we already adopted. We adopted it.
I'm sorry.
No.
No, I mean, those of us who are on the subcommittee.
Yeah,
for the
but it
definition.
didn't come back here.
That's what I'm saying. It needs to just be done, and I want to know who made the decision to just wait till, I think he said May?
No.
No.
Whenever.
No.
We can do it right now. I'm saying.
No, it was, the
We can just-
definition was to come back at the March 28th
Right, but
meeting.
why is it that we can't just do it now?
We just said
fill-in
that.
facilitator.
You're going to talk, the next group will talk, and we'll define it, and that's it.
Okay, so it's not going to be another meeting. She also told me earlier another meeting, so I just want to make sure.
To clarify, when I said on May 22nd, I was saying that the board will take the task force definition of inclusion and officially
Formally
adopt
adopt
it at a Board of Education meeting.
You're welcome, Monica.
As the fill-in facilitator, I failed to bring it to the last meeting, so it rests on my shoulders. I apologize to all of you. I did not mean to create such conflict. Hopefully we can settle it and move forward.
We have two more comments, and then we need to move on. Louise
Okay.
and then Tony.
Excuse me, Mike, I wanted to ask you, your subcommittee's pyramid, thank you. Are you speaking of making all campuses inclusion and doing away with special day classes? You're not, okay.
No,
Okay.
the continuum of services. and
Right,
least restrictive
but I
environment,
didn't know if that meant special day classes or just have all students fully included and, okay.
The goal is that every student can go to every school and get every service that they need to succeed. So that's
Right, if the parents desire that their child be fully included, that
Right.
they're not told that we don't have that here, and
Right, I got you. Yes, because that's what happened to me with Jasmine, actually, with the transition from elementary to middle. I was told that. She could only go to certain campuses. Okay, so then, I'm sorry, what's your first name? Stephanie. Stephanie was stating that inclusion is already happening on middle and high school campuses. And you went on to say that, but it's not happening well in many instances. So I just wanted to support that this, this mercurial definition of inclusion is happening at middle and high school levels, but I would say that it definitely is not being implemented well, and a lot of children are suffering. We have to remember that this school district has a huge population of children from the foster care system, from group homes, et cetera, and I can say from experience, 14 years of knowledge of how the foster care system can work. All too often, those children don't have people who really strongly advocate for them. Many of those students, those children, are constantly moved from house to house to house, so there's no continuum of information that happened in their education and their health, et cetera.
Louise, everything that we're doing now is to change that.
I know. No, I'm supporting that. I'm saying,
What's the point?
my point is that we don't want those students to fall through the cracks. That's all I'm, okay, I'm adding additional information. That's all that I'm doing.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Tony, and then the transition group.
Yeah, we have talked a lot when we were discussing the 504 plans, and that was in the SST ideas, and that was one of the things that we really looked at was, just in discussion was what's happening with our children who are migrant. They're moving. What's happening with those? How can we make sure that there's that there's a continuation, there's continuity of supports and services. And it was something that and that was a lot of what we're trying to address in the 504 and the SST sections of the collaboration piece. We're really, really trying to make sure that those students were being looked at. So we're discussing intra and intra-district communication within schools, and we really, really did take we're really trying to make sure that those children aren't getting lost. One of the things that I want to really encourage and reiterate is that achievement gap for middle and high school students. And we want to make sure that our students that are receiving specialized supports are making progress, because those numbers speak volumes to the community. They speak volumes to the state, and they're going to really, really impact how things happen, for the district. We've also, and we had brought this up within the group, is that there are teachers in the special day class that have an age spread of anything from 2 years to 4 or 5 years. This is not acceptable in an inclusive philosophy. Putting a child that's in the 3rd or 4th grade on a field trip with a group of kindergartners is not inclusion. And asking a teacher in a special day class to be responsible for covering a curriculum that spans 5 years is also not inclusion, and it's also not even giving the special day class teacher a fair opportunity to approach the different grade levels of curriculum, let alone trying to modify that. So we really wanted to make sure that another thing that's really being looked at is that there shouldn't be classes, even, if we're going to move through this philosophically as well, to keep in mind that inclusion also is going to is also got to embrace the general education curriculum, and including a fifth grader. And putting a fifth grader and a ninth grader together to learn together is not giving them both opportunity to the general education curriculum. It's too large of a spread, and it's too much to ask of any educator to try to cover that many years. So, to really keep those things in consideration. Remember the ideas of a partial participation when we're talking about our students with the more profound disabilities. And how are we going to provide all the, yeah, I will, I'm sorry, I'm moving as fast as I can. To keep in mind that, as we're looking at this, we do have children that are being fully included. Let's make sure that we have something written already to support those teachers, so that if they're doing this, they're taking on the initiative, and there are general education teachers that are taking on the initiative in sites that haven't been targeted, that we recognize that what they're doing, and that we applaud it, and we make sure that they're getting as many supports, not only from us, but from the district, so that they can continue doing those great things that they're working on without being asked by any committees or the Board of Education or even their principals.
Okay, so our subcommittee is extended school year, or ESY. And the reason why we're just addressing that, because it has not ever been part of any of the other audits, but I brought this up at the beginning of the task force as an imperative topic that needed to be discovered, and you guys fully embraced it, so I want to thank you for that. And then the other area is transition. And just, our coverage is going to be very quick. We have had a lot of problems getting everybody onto Google Docs, and so I wasn't even able to get in. I had to give Sharon additional email information. So we finally got on. I've put information in our document. We do not have any printouts, but as far as extended school year is concerned, I'm using as a basis for what we will be presenting to the subcommittee, information that we already have on our document, our Google Doc, from the last times we've met. I'm also using, and that's for extended school year. I'm also using the district's 2012 extended school year cover letter. And then also information that was given to me by the district for the state of California's ed code for extended school year. So that's what we're using for extended school year. We've noticed, I noticed last year that my child's IEP was not adhered to at all in the extended school year. And that's the whole idea for having the extended school year, to prevent the students from losing what they learned. But I also noted that there are 4 hours of and these are all things that we're addressing in our document. There are 4 hours that the students are to be taught from bell to bell, but I know transportation, and that's part of what we're going to be discussing too. With transportation, I don't even know how many staff the transportation department has now, if it has 3 or 4. But I know it's there they only have the job of putting together the transportation schedule and then giving it to the task to a vendor to actually drive the students. But last year, the buses were arriving an hour late. So if you've already, on average, every day for the entire 20 days of school, so you've already missed at least an hour of those 4 hours. So these are all things that we're going to be talking about. And then as far as transition is concerned, Garrett has given us a great document on that he's put together on just transition for general ed, but we're going to use that to help us with our transition information that we're going to present you guys. And something else we want to do, though, we do want to dovetail the extended school year and transition, because we're hoping to also use the extended school year to assist in the whole transition process. Did you want to say something, Garrett?
No, I just wanted to say that was a big point of focus when our district went through the Excellent Middle School Initiative, because we recognize the unique needs of students coming into middle school. And so each school at that time was called upon to create a comprehensive transition plan for students transitioning into middle school and then out of middle school as well, too. And so we want to see that piece for elementary, middle school, and high school. In addition to that as well, too, though, is making sure that there are plans in place for students transitioning from one school to the next. So I may be within my middle school career and I got the pieces that I needed to be successful in middle school, but now what pieces do I need to be successful if I'm moving from one middle school to the next or vice versa? And then finally as well too, including components or students are going from one level of service to another, so that we're making sure that those pieces are in place. Sorry, I've got a bit of a cold here today.
Yes.
Thank you. I wanted to add, and I loved what I was hearing about the transportation, because this is something that's come up in regards to those minutes. And this happens, and it, I don't know where and how frequently, but there are other programs that are. The children are available to the children, and some of those programs may be, could be something like a critical meal of the day, breakfast, having to go in for going into the school for breakfast, arriving at the beginning of the school day, but then going to eat, and so while this is it's important for them to have the meal. It's also important that the children have their instructional time, and to be examining, if the start time for instruction is 7:50, for example, or 8:10, they shouldn't have to rush through, 10 minutes to eat a breakfast or 20 minutes to eat a breakfast when everybody else is already in class and starting to get the instruction. That these bus times are, it's not giving them equal access to their education. To make sure that these bus times where the students are dropped off allows for them to get that meal, if indeed that meal is eligible to them and it's something that they need to get through that first part of the day.
I've been spending a lot of time speaking with, emailing Pam Mallon and Marcy Peoples and Leonard McLaren, and I've been asking specific questions about what documentation, what plans are currently in place by the district, and in my opinion, starting off with the fact that we have extended school year every year, so I don't know why the wheel has to be reinvented every year, but it seems like it is. But I am asking those questions. Why is a major chunk of instructional time spent with nutrition in the morning and then nutrition before the students leave at the end of the day? Yeah, and also, the first day of extended school year historically, the first few days are very chaotic. And so that's wasted instructional time. Why is that? Why is it so difficult to put together an efficient extended school year that actually meets ed code and actually does what it's intended to do per the IEPs, et cetera? Mike?
My only question is, I understand that there's been issues in terms of getting access to Google Docs and what have you. So do you know when the work that your committee is doing will be available for review, not review, but just so the other members can look at it?
Well, there's already documentation there. Have you guys gone and looked at it at all? Because I keyed in the information this week, earlier this week, so it's there per the document that Sharon gave us. I'm going to be updating tomorrow, putting in additional information, and I think our other committee members are too. Another challenge we've had is who our actual committee is. We have 3 definite people, but then other people have they're part of other subcommittees, and so I've not always known who all of our people are. But to answer your question, there's documentation already there. I will be adding additional documentation tomorrow. Garrett and other members are also. We're definitely going to meet our deadline of this Wednesday to have all of our final information there.
Louise, if we have questions when we look it over, we could just email them to you?
You can email them to me, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Why don't you clarify
Thank you.
which email address to use, though, just to make certain that people have the correct one?
Well, it's the one that is Lauren, the Lauren one.
Which is?
Well, look in the distribution list.
It's on there. Okay, great.
Right, yeah. The problem I was having with Google Docs was I do have a Google email address that I never ever use.
That's okay. If the right one's there, that's fine.
No. But I'm saying the reason why I wasn't able to use Sharon's link in order to put information in is because Google has this new security policy. So if you have an account with them, they pretty much dominate how you. Right, yeah.
And then also, literally in their defense, I resent the link to everyone, but at the time that I was sending it, I was actually at the hospital. So I typed a lovely email full of detail and instruction, but didn't send it. So it sat in drafts for about 2 weeks.
Okay.
So, again, in their defense, it was not all their fault, but they were able to still populate their document. Any other questions for Louise?
I just wanted to bring out something that I discovered in reading the application for extended school year this year. And it talked about a minimum of 20 instructional days being required for extended school year. But the 4th of July holiday is always part of that extended school year. And so there are never actually 20 instructional school days. It's only 19 instructional school days. So if you factor in only 19 days and you factor in the fact that the buses are late and the IEPs aren't followed, et cetera, it's a real big issue. That's all I wanted to say.
And so the instruction time is not what you believe is there. Okay. Sharon?
I think that's a really good point, but I think if we look at the summer school schedules of the last few years where the 4th of July holiday is on a Friday or a Thursday or whatever, most of the weeks are 4-day weeks, but some weeks are 5-day weeks to make that up. So it has been the 20 days as far as I know, but maybe we should look that up.
Yeah, I've been speaking with the district, and I was told Well, I asked for further clarification on why it only equals 19 days as opposed to 20, and I was told something that had to do with funding or something to that effect, but
Good statement, though, Sharon.
Actually, if you look in the state of California in special ed law, you can count that 4th of July as a day of instruction, and that's why they do it.
I know,
That's
I
why
know,
they do it.
I know, but the problem is the students aren't actually getting the instruction technically, but it's not days that the students are not in there.
Okay, other questions for Louise or comments for Louise? Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent job under difficult circumstances, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, this is what I'd like for us to do before we go is go to our definition of inclusion. The subcommittee did meet and reworked the definition of inclusion. For the most part, the task force believed it was a good statement, and there were just a few aspects that the task force wanted to have included. So with that, there was an additional statement that was added, and you can see it is on the chart to the right, and that one reads, by accessing, the original statement read, inclusion is a community of students, teachers, parents, and administrators that fosters belonging for all students in the general education setting. By accessing the core curriculum with their peers, all students benefit improved academic performance, social interaction, and character development. Each student is viewed as an individual whose strengths are celebrated and needs are met with the active delivery of supports, services, and modifications. Now, the recommendations from the group were to take a look at CHIME, make references to some type of reference to confidence, respect, dignity, and then the question was to include IEP or do not include IEP. So this is the definition that the subcommittee came back with. Inclusion is a community, and you can read here, students, teachers, parents, and administrators that fosters belonging for all students in the general education setting. Each student is viewed as an individual whose strengths are celebrated and needs are met with the active delivery of supports, services, and modifications. By accessing the core curriculum with peers, all students benefit improved academic performance, social interaction, and ethical skills and attitudes.
I thought we said we wanted to keep IEP in the definition. Based
Actually,
upon IEP.
IEP was not in the original definition, and that was the question within the group, was whether or not IEP should be in the definition or simply be a reference in the definition, because it was not in the definition.
Okay, well, we've had so many discussions, but I know in the past I voiced that I feel very concerned. I feel that IEP definitely needs to be referenced, that the services, et cetera, are based upon a student's IEP, because that IEP is that student's legal contract, that student and the student's family legal contract for everything else. So I just would like to see a reference to the IEP in the definition.
Now, let me remind everyone that we're developing a definition for inclusion.
Right.
For inclusion. And one of the reasons, which represents all students. So all students would not have an IEP. And that was really the basis for not including an IEP reference, but that the statements related to active delivery of support services and modifications would serve as a reference to the IEP, because once we include IEP, then we are now excluding other students.
I think, again, this is a special education task force, And I think we're here advocating for special education students. And I don't think just because for that subset of students that we speak about their services being based upon their IEP, that excludes the general education population.
Well, this is your conversation, the definition coming from your task force. So Sharon, Warren, Tony. I'm sorry. Okay, Sharon.
I'd like to share with you the definition very similar to this that Webster came up with a couple of years ago when we started being an included school for consideration of a little bit of a tweaking of the language. For one thing, the way it's stated here, it's beautiful, but I think it needs a little more definition. For example, when it says in the second line, parents, I suggest that we put / families. Right. Because they're not always parents, and there are many other people in a family support group for all children. Also, I'd like you to consider adding to that list students, teachers, parents, families, administrators, and community members, because when we have presentations come in, when we provide things for our children, our included students are just automatically a part of everyone. So I think our community that supports our school needs to be aware of our philosophy on making everything for every child. I'm almost done here. There was one more thing, two more things. When it said belonging for all students, we specifically just put it down there, with and without IEPs. We had it in there, so it was clear. It was for all kids, whether they have IEPs, they don't have IEPs. So rather than saying belonging for all students in the general education setting, we said belonging, that fosters belonging for all students with and without IEPs, because we just thought it should be there. Whether the committee agrees or not, I'm just saying what we did. And last of all, to make kind of a clarification of the fact that we weren't recommending that all special day classes go away, because in this definition, there's no provision for anything but inclusion. And I'm not liking the words I'm going to say right now. I don't think they're exactly appropriate, but what we had put in, somewhere in there, for all students within and without, somewhere in there we had put to the extent of each child's maximum capability. And we thought that left room for us for children who are moderate to, in our case, we have 3 special day classes for children who are quite severe, all diagnosed on the spectrum of autism, where we do lots of mainstreaming and everything, but it's not inclusion. To the extent of each child's maximum capability is how we put it in our definition. So that didn't, because there was a question that came up before about special day classes, and I've heard it brought up before in the group, so that's my input for your consideration.
Okay. Who was next?
Tony.
Warren.
Yeah, officially. Specifically, I don't want to see the words IEP in the inclusion statement. However, the way Mrs. Leffler's just phrased it, with and without IEPs, is a good way, because if you specifically mention IEPs, there's another.
Bring it closer.
Pull it close. Okay, I'm not loud enough. There's another gamut of 504s and other things. So, but with and without IEPs is broad.
That represents the entire student body,
Yeah.
entire student
I
population.
agree. I like that.
Okay.
Great, you guys did a great job.
We have another hand over here. Tony.
I'd like to just put some things in that I think would help. Inclusion is a community built on trust, mutual respect, and dignity. Is a community built on trust, mutual respect, and dignity. in which students, teachers, parents, and it would go on. Right. Just the in which. And then down below where it says the active delivery of support services, comma, accommodations, comma, and modifications, so that we don't skip a step in the prompt hierarchy. And this is, I just wanted to read this in from WACSEP. All people can learn, have immeasurable worth, and deserve this is just their statement. All people can learn, have immeasurable worth, and deserve dignity and respect. The pursuit of excellence is continual. Higher expectations result in higher achievements. Change promotes growth. Learning is a lifelong process, and each child needs to be understood in the context of his or her family and community, which I just think is a very beautiful statement, and is catching a lot of what we're catching here.
Yeah. I think with Mike and then Karen.
A couple things. This definition of inclusion, the subcommittee, the subcommittee, whatever, was charged with just defining inclusion and not looking at continuum of services or the other aspects. That said, this subcommittee acknowledges that. And so when we left this meeting, our thought, and this is, I'm more speaking for my behalf now, looking at having this as a definition of inclusion for a general buy-in from people who aren't, for everybody, including people who aren't within the special education world on every single day. That said, wanting to add two parts to this above and beyond so that there's a fuller document. So if you look what I wrote over there, the top part would be a statement of intent, including the continuum of services and LREs and everything else, so that there's no...
Did someone order a pizza? The poor guy's standing here. Thank you, sorry.
Thank you.
No. So a statement of intent so that we were clear about, if needed by somebody, any individual, the statement of intent clearly identified what the definition of inclusion was supposed to have. Also, though, looking at the acceptance of an inclusion environment within schools, teachers are a large part of making sure that this happens. And so looking at the National Educational Association, the union by which UTP is a part of, they have agreed to an inclusion environment, but they define a proper inclusion environment as opposed to an improper inclusion environment. And there are certain levels, certain criteria by which a proper inclusion environment is built. And I think many people would agree that inclusion done poorly is worse than not trying to do inclusion at all. So adding a bottom element by these are the conditions or these are the criteria by which a successful inclusion environment is created. And that way, I feel you would help get better acceptance through all stakeholders. It would define it at the top end for clear protection of whoever needs it. It would define it at the bottom end to hold the district accountable, providing for a successful implementation of inclusion. Yet, at the same time, we have this bite-sized definition of inclusion that hopefully the entire community can quickly digest and accept.
So essentially what Mike's saying is we're creating a framework for the definition to live within. If anyone's, you're not sure, why do you need it? This is why you need it. So you're creating just a framework for the definition to live within. Here is my question. Given the recommendations of today, and is there anyone who objects to any of the recommendations? I'm sorry, Carol. I'm so sorry. She sat so quietly.
I love the laundry list, but I think we've left out our paras.
Parent?
No, not parents, para.
Oh, yes, we
because
did put teachers.
our people who are CSEA members, for instance, and we talked earlier about the need for everybody, like our RTI folks. So if we're going to have a laundry list, I think we have to have our paraprofessionals, or however you want to designate them, on that list, because they're terribly essential, and that's the whole community then, I think.
Is it okay using a reference paraprofessionals?
Whatever designate. The problem is if you talk solely about the classroom people, you're leaving out the other folks that are involved in the RTI, et cetera. So we have to have some terminology that includes our people in the cafeteria, et cetera. That's what I'm concerned. Staff, however.
Staff?
And I think we had a discussion at an earlier meeting about what we mean when we say administrators. We asked the question, does administrators equal board? And I don't know if we ever got to an answer on that.
Administrators, as part of this conversation, did not include the Board of Education because this was going to be at an individual school site.
So maybe we need to use, put the word site in front of the word administrators, site administrators.
I like all the additions here. My only question regarding one of them is the last one about to the extent of each child's maximum capability. I don't personally feel comfortable in saying you can only achieve so much and hence this is your maximum.
I concur with you, Mike. I was thinking about that when that was mentioned, because our kids are in an educational environment in which we're hoping that as a result of being in this environment, sky's the limit for what their educational achievements or social whatever capabilities are.
I think that was in one of the early definitions that we toyed with, but we discussed just that, is that we didn't want to limit students, and we didn't want to, we excluded that sentence, I think. That was the one sentence I think we went over that we excluded.
Like I said, when I gave you that statement, I don't like the wording of it, but I think there needs to be something in there that doesn't say that we are unrealistic and we're planning to do away with all special day classes.
Yes.
That the wording isn't good, but the point, I think, needs to be there.
I agree.
So, essentially, if a statement can be developed, something like allow a student to reach the maximum or accomplish as much as, I don't know.
I think she was saying actually use the term of special day classes. Is that what you were saying?
No. Actually, I don't have any suggestions because, excuse me, if I knew how to say it better, we would have done it.
Would have changed it
the
by now.
intent of it is that we don't want to imply to anyone reading the definition of inclusion that we're suggesting that all special day classes dissolve. That's not the point, but I don't have a better way of expressing it.
And that's why I said the framework was going to be there so that at the top or the continuum of services would capture that.
Social interactions, ethical skills, and attitudes. And then discuss something that there could be a tag here that recognizes within the continuum, placement. Within the continuum, the placement is what falls within the continuum of services offered to. You mean like the appropriate right. So that you continue. What you do is put the continuum of services into this last statement as either the rest of the statement or as at the beginning. Right.
Here.
Yes.
Okay. Say it again.
By accessing the core curriculum with peers, all students benefit improved academic performances, social interaction, and ethical skills and attitudes. Within a continuum of services. Within a continuum of services. So something in that addresses this, and this is, I'm taking this right out of the NEA policy statement right now. A full continuum of placement options and services within each option. So we cover that. Within, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Schools and attitudes within the placement. I'm reading the pink. I can't see pink.
It says within a continuum of services. So by accessing the core curriculum with peers, and all students benefit improved academic performance, social interaction, and ethical skills and attitudes within a continuum of services. Yes.
I don't agree. The reason is,
At a pull it, Steph.
okay, I don't agree with including within the continuum of services. The reason being is that the statement says that inclusion is a community for all students in the general education setting. Let's say you have a student who's in a special ed class, special day class, and he's in a general ed class for art. Well, in that class, in that setting, this is what we develop. I think we can talk about what inclusion looks like, the practicality of it, how this is supposed to function in a separate statement. But I think that if we're talking about philosophy usually don't have criteria for how the philosophy looks. You have, this is our philosophy. I think we need to just keep it very succinct and include this. Don't include within the continuum of services because you're muddying things up. If we want to have a separate document that says this is what inclusion looks like, this is how it looks at the school site, that's fine, but I don't want all that extra. I don't agree with that.
Well, I just, again, as an advocate for special education students and families, I have a real concern about a definition for inclusion that over time can morph into something totally different. And just as an example, last night I was watching a discussion with these, they're all women, and two of them were younger women, meaning maybe 20s, in their 20s, early 30s, and two of them were women who were older than in their 20s and 30s, maybe in their, 50s, 60s. But the discussion had to do with, basically it was a right for women to be able to, let's just say vote. I'm being extreme because I can't remember what it is. And the younger women were basically saying, oh, well, we know that we can vote, and they take that for granted. We don't worry about being able to vote. And the more mature women were saying, wait, there was a time in our lifetime when that didn't exist, and we had to fight for it, and it's structured this way so that even 30 years down the line, you can't take that away from us. So coming back to the definition of inclusion, as an advocate for special education, people, not just students, people. I really want to see this definition written in a way so that, on down the line, it stands on its own merits. There is hardly any confusion about the intention, the meaning.
We have Sharon, Mike, Jim, and then we're going to take one last pass at it.
Great, thank you. Something was just said that made me realize that maybe we need to define some other terms in our sub thing. Because in my mind, at least the way we practice at my site, is that when special day class students go to another classroom for a period or less than 50% of a day, we call that mainstreaming, not inclusion. And maybe that's what we're considering to be inclusion here, I don't know. Second of all, I want to bring up the point that on the SACE system, which we use for our IEPs, inclusion is a placement. So maybe what we're defining here is our philosophy of an inclusion setting, because that could be confused with when we put down placement for a child, and SAI, specialized academic services that they're receiving in the day, bringing them services of additional classroom support in an inclusion setting. That's kind of different from this philosophy of inclusion.
Well, that is the direction. We're trying to create the framework for the philosophy of inclusion, because the philosophy impacts the culture within the district. Right. So it is the basis of
philosophy of inclusion, not the definition of the word.
No, let me restate that. We are working on what we believe inclusion should be within Pasadena Unified. Now, it's something that, unfortunately, lots of groups have struggled with just putting it on paper, as we are struggling, and that's okay, because by going through the struggle, we create something that's broad enough to encompass the population that we're looking at, but still has the attributes called out that's specific enough to ensure that there's no misinterpretation of what we're looking for. But I understand that there are uses of the word that exist in the workplace right now that you have lived with and worked with for years. That is not specific what we're looking at here. So we're not talking about the placement per se. I'm sorry, who was next? I'm going with, I don't remember.
I've been trying to get numbers, and that's when I realized I don't think there isn't even numbers for, because I said, well, how many students are fully included at all of the school sites? And if it's not specified on their IEP, how do we know who's fully included? Because if they're general ed, they're called general ed students with an IEP. And I'm still not sure where I could get those numbers. Where are those kids? How do you keep track of them?
Louise had predicated her statement by saying you as a advocate for special education people. I don't think anybody needs to predicate. I think we're all here because we're advocates of people or students within special education. Going in this definition of inclusion, to your question about making sure everybody's protected and it's not morphed and dissolved over time. Again, this definition of inclusion that Sharon's standing in front of, or now is moved away from, that definition over there is not intended to be the legal document by which students and families go into an IEP to protect themselves with. What I was trying to say earlier is this bigger statement that has a statement of intent, the inclusion definition, and then the conditions and criteria by which there's continuum of services and LREs and supports and activities and modifications. This, in my opinion, is what a special education family, student, what have you, walks into an IEP with for their protection. This, though, does not get buy-in or understanding or whatever by a general education, by an entire community. And this bite-size, quote-unquote, bite-size definition of inclusion that we have over here is intended to be that bite-sized morsel that everybody can completely understand in a very quick and easy way. Whether you live in an IEP world or you don't live in an IEP world, you know exactly what's trying to be intended upon. And I would agree with Stephanie that once you start adding the goal, we did discuss within the task, the subcommittee, that in order to do that, a bite-sized, understandable chunk, we can't weigh it down with vernacular in terms that are specific to special education. So that's why we did not include continuum of services and things of that nature. But acknowledging that we were going to be capturing that on this other larger document.
Albanese and then Tony.
And just, I think the easy way to answer a few questions is now with the reauthorization of IDEA, we have the percentage of time in the general education setting, we have the percentage of time in the special education setting. Anytime you get to 51% in special education, you're looking at an SDC placement. Anytime you're under 50%, you're looking at a student who's primarily in the general education setting with some special education supports. And I think that's one thing we all should be looking at on, as we go into IEPs and in discussion. That's easy to track in SACE. That's easy to do. I do want to talk about part of the intent of this definition, and then I do need to kind of respect the time and kind of slide out because I have a child who's up building some trails in the mountains, and I need to get him from that. So I do want to just say, the committee spent a lot of time in my office and in meetings and on emails talking about how we all understood what we wanted for our kids. And we wanted to also use this statement as a way to draw in other people who may not have experiences with the children we either serve, live with every day, or know. And this was a way to bring some of those people who are outside, don't even have a realization of what's going on when we discuss these things, and bring them into the conversation so that they're part of this conversation. Not to be a legal definition, not to be a weapon for either, when it breaks down to sides and it's us and them, not to be a weapon, but to be a springboard for true inclusion in all elements of the community.
Trust right off the bat, mutual trust. And if I may, and I agree with you wholeheartedly on the tag at the end. If I may, all needs, are celebrated, and needs are met through the active delivery of supports, accommodations, and modifications in order to strengthen, going into the next page, so taking out everything here, in order to strengthen academic performance. And so what we do is we pull out, by accessing all of this, in order to strengthen academic performance in core curricular areas, comma, social interaction, comma, and I would say civic and ethical skills and attitudes, which is the end.
Yeah.
Is it too?
Well, this is what I'm thinking.
I'm sorry, before we go on, I need to just capture.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In order to strengthen academic performance in core curricular areas.
And then I'm just following from there.
From here.
Right, comma, social interaction. And it picks up right there.
So it picks up here.
Mm-hmm. Comma, and then it said, and I put in another word, interaction, comma, civic and ethical skills, because civics is within the strengthening of citizenship and constitutional, the Constitution of the United States.
Okay, and then we remove.
Right.
Okay. My back was to you. I cannot tell you who was first. So unfair, Sharon.
I just wanted to make a clarification that special education is a service, not a placement. Thank you.
The voice of experience here, 4 years ago when Webster moved to year one of our becoming a full inclusion school, the biggest issue that we had, the biggest drawback, pullback from teachers that we had, was they were concerned that all children, those currently in our moderate to, at that time, severe special day classes, would be in their classrooms. And that's why I feel it is important that the perhaps not as well informed as we are person looking at this definition is clear on that we're not going to pull everyone into the inclusion setting. And that once we clarified that for our teachers, it just made it make more sense to them. Now, if that's not what this committee wants, I'm fine with it. But since it was the thing we spent the most time on in opening this up to our school, I just thought I should make a point of it.
I was next.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. And this is just real quick. I'm fearing that for, let's say, general ed parents, they're going to look at an inclusion statement that's, super duper long and have some concerns. And then as parents, students, teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals, et cetera, when we're sitting in IEP meetings, et cetera, and we're talking about inclusion, in our mind, we're going to be thinking, certain things. Quite frankly, I'm kind of confused right now about what we're doing with the definition of inclusion. That's all I have to say.
My understanding, when we say all students, that means all students. That includes kids with physical disabilities, those that are medically fragile, kids that have G-tubes, all kids. All kids, that means that they all have access to equity and education, and that's why I think what they're saying is about the Chime School. My understanding is that they include all kids, but you don't overload a classroom with a bunch of kids with significant disabilities. Those are like, we're talking low incidence disabilities where there are not going to be that many kids in one school. It'll be probably one or two.
Well, I have to say, I understand what you're saying, Sharon, but the definition isn't the place to address that. That's, I don't think that the definition is, the whole reason, and I've heard, numerous people try to kind of bring us back. The purpose for this statement is for us to have this kind of belief of where we're going, where we need to go. This statement that a teacher can look at, and it's not saying that they're going to become an inclusion expert because they look at the statement, but they at least know this is the direction that we should move in. It's not going to be
Destigmatization, it's to take away the stigma of disability, and I would like to see.
Absolutely.
I would even, want to, for all of us to remember that we also have children with mental illness, and those children carry around probably one of the heaviest stigmas in our society, and we forget about that. And it's like, do we want to give our brothers and sister families the idea that they don't belong because their child has a significant disability, because their child has mental illness, or are we going to reach out to them and say, we understand and we want you.
You're part of our community.
You're part of our community.
Well,
we are
and
together.
that was the whole purpose for developing, a definition. Maybe the word definition isn't even correct. It really is becoming our statement of our philosophy. And if we're going from a point of philosophy, I'm going to say to the group, this is very good. And the more we add to it, the heavier we make it, and the less likely we make it for people to be able to read it, understand it, and live with it. Because I want to point to something that Louise said about understanding the intent of something as years go on. My parents came to California in 1962. My dad was in his mid-40s at the time. He had never been able to vote before. Obvious reasons. He voted for the first time in 1968. Super excited. It was absolutely challenging for him to understand why the Voting Act had to be reauthorized. We want to create a philosophy, a framework that people can see themselves in it and see how they contribute to creating this environment and not feel that, okay, in 10 years, it's going to be different. In 10, I'm going to, the person sitting next to me is going to interpret it differently. So we want to do that. And again,
with what has come out today, with these framing statements, we have something that parents can put in their hands. We have a framework for staff, teachers to understand. But in and of itself, we have a statement here that people can connect with, because there is no member of the community that's left out. So I'm going to ask you, take a read of this. I'm going to, actually, I'll read it because I know you can't quite get my scribbles. And tell me, because we're having it, if we don't move on, we're going to be stuck. There will always be some change that we believe that can make it better. But let's understand, we're working with a time constraint, and is this the best that we can do right now? So, I don't want that. In my reading, inclusion is a community built on trust, mutual respect, and dignity. And we have students, educational and school community staff. We'll have this group of people here, community members, that fosters belonging for all students with and without IEPs in the general education setting, period. We're good so far? Mm-hmm. Okay. Each student is viewed as an individual whose strengths are celebrated and needs are met through the active delivery of support services, accommodations, and modifications. Good? Yeah. Okay. In order to strengthen academic performance in core curricular areas, social interaction, civic and ethical skills and attitudes. Period. Did I miss something? Did I miss a word?
It's a phrase. Yeah.
It goes, in order to strengthen academic performance in core curricular areas.
You're reading.
What did I miss?
It continues from
Modifications becomes a.
It's all
one
Oh, I thought that was a period.
Yes, so did I.
Becomes a comma and becomes a purpose.
Okay,
So it's a comma.
so now,
It's just connected.
now it's a comma?
No, it's not even a comma, it's connected.
It's
Connected, you don't even have to put it.
Ta-da! There we go.
There you go.
And then, okay, so this is the end of our sentence here.
Okay.
Is the clause or a phrase?
I
How are
write
we
very long
doing?
sentences at
English
home, so
majors
this
in the
seems
room,
totally
how are
natural
we
to me.
Mike,
I like the first page as it is. My concern about the amendment to the second page, specifically making it a two-sentence philosophy. Firstly, I think changing it from definition to philosophy is the key thing. But looking at it from a general education parent, general education community perspective, I think it's stronger to have the third sentence, by accessing the core curriculum with peers, all students benefit, so on and so forth, because that tells me as a questioning person, what am I going to gain from this? What is my student going to gain from this? And we're saying, by doing this, your student is going to benefit through these things with peers. By changing it to say, in order to strengthen academic performance, then you're saying that I'm, quote unquote, sacrificing my student in order to benefit somebody else. And that's I feel it's a stronger statement by saying, by accessing the core curriculum, because it states up front before there can be any question, and it opens up opportunities for a lack of buy-in if you say the purpose of it.
It's open enough in my mind, and we spent a lot of time discussing this. It's open enough to allow for it to grow. And the one thing we did discuss is we didn't want this to be a final definition of inclusion, because where we are or could be in a year is not where anybody on the committee wanted to be in 5 years. So we don't want this, once again, to be final, but we wanted it to be open-ended enough and inviting enough that it would be flexible and movable for the course of, say, the next year or two.
I would like to say I am very concerned about this. We have parents with kids at non-public schools all over the place because they're pulling them out of public schools because their children cannot get their needs met in the public schools and putting them in more restrictive environments. Students with learning disabilities, severe learning disabilities, need intensive instruction, and they are not going to get it in the regular ed classroom. I work in an inclusion class. I've worked in an inclusion class for the past probably 10 or 11 years. I frequently feel like our kids who have needs of intensive instruction are not getting those needs met and cannot get those needs met in that inclusion setting. I do believe that all kids with IEPs need to have the opportunity to be with their peers in settings that are appropriate for them. This bothers me a whole lot as president of the Los Angeles Learning Disabilities Association because it is against everything I've fought for the last 40 years. And I find it reprehensible that folks who have their opinion of what something should be are dictating what everybody's needs are, and I think that is totally unfair. And it is destructive to our kids. Our kids with learning disabilities are losing their instruction, have lost and lost and lost to the point that it's gotten so watered down they're not getting their needs met. That's when parents spend thousands upon thousands of dollars to get an attorney to fight the school district so their child can go to a school that is going to provide for that child's needs and help them become a successful adult who has a future. Just having a kid in a regular ed classroom does not make them, excuse me, it's my turn. I am talking. But are you talking to me because you keep looking at me? I am talking to you.
Oh, excuse me.
Because this is where you have taken that conversation.
Judy.
I am a parent.
Judy.
Bring it down.
I'm sorry.
No, it's a little, some damage has been done. Bring it down. This is a team. We're not in the business of attacking one another. We're not in the business of blaming one another. Our goal is to create a philosophy that we can put forth from the task force. And if you don't believe in the philosophy of inclusion, we have heard what you said, but we cannot take steps backwards with making certain that this remains a cohesive
But
team.
from a federal standpoint, it is a full continuum of services, and we must keep that full continuum of services in place to meet all of our kids' needs.
And what you missed is
I'm
that
sorry.
that was included in, that the continuum of services was included in the Every Student, Every School presentation today. And this is just one piece therein of that. That's okay.
Judy, what you missed, love what you bring to the table, but what you missed while you were getting celebrated for all the good work you did. No, she got celebrated. I'm sorry, while you were supporting Ruth Ann for all the good work she did, what you missed was this definition of inclusion is not the end-all be-all. It's not a legal definition. It's not going to be what a student has or a family has or community has to support that student. This is just a bite-sized chunk that everybody can understand what the philosophy of inclusion is. In terms of what you're speaking about, making sure that every student gets everything they need to succeed, that definition, that philosophy of inclusion is going to live in a separate document. So teachers, parents, whomever, can go into an IEP wherever with a broader context of a statement of intent that talks about continuation of services and least restrictive environments that are appropriate to each student, inclusion philosophy, but then the conditions that are needed to be met. It's one thing to say we have an inclusion philosophy, but it's another thing to say that it means these supports, these resources, these whatever. So this definition does not preempt what you're talking about. It's a philosophical statement so that everybody can get on the same page regardless of where they access, and then any family or student who's going into an IEP has this broader context by which to protect them and make sure that their person gets in.
And access.
Absolutely. You know, one of the interesting things is, and Tony, you
may not have known this when you said that. There's actually 3 aspects to diversity, which is really what we're talking about. We're talking about respecting and honoring the diversity of the student body. And in the definition of what we refer to as cultural proficiency, which is in and of itself a 6-step continuum, the key words are inclusiveness, equity, and access. So each time I hear us have this conversation, I'm thinking of that in my mind, and I'm wondering, okay, when will the group make the connection? That is really all that we are doing here, is we are making certain that a stakeholder group within a community of students in Pasadena Unified has equity, access, and inclusion. Equity does not mean equal, because there are times when more services are required than others. Access means I know how, or there's someone to direct me to, or there is a process in place that informs me. Inclusion means there's a place for me. That's really what it comes down to. Now, if we were to apply that philosophy, can we find that in that statement and get some closure? I'll rewrite it, I'll rework it, we'll work on the framing document, but this is what's core. If we can say, this is good for us, this represents equity, access, and inclusion, we can go home.
I just put out the comment that I just thought that by accessing the core curriculum would reduce any resistance from a general education population, as opposed to the top
Okay.
one.
We're just saying, she's asking family and community is very clearly stated. The educational community is very clearly stated. And it doesn't leave anyone out.
Nope.
It leaves no one out. It includes all of our support staff, including the volunteer. It includes an educational community. We to have to specify each, compartmentalize. We're already getting away from the idea of inclusion. We're starting to isolate again.
Yeah.
I said start getting rid of things that are isolating and compartmentalizing.
I must concur.
Bringing it all together.
Louise, Jim.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I share, and I've been sharing in Judy's absence, my real concern with making certain that whatever we put as this philosophy for inclusion, that it has to be written. I don't know if we need to go to an attorney, I don't know. But it has to be written in a way so that it stands on its own feet with the intent of protecting all students. But I reiterate, this is a special education task force. And we're here to advocate for that diverse community of special education students with mental health problems. I mean, special education covers such a broad spectrum. I don't even think we all know what is all included in the spectrum, so.
I'm sorry.
Philosophy, pulling this right out of there. Inclusion is a philosophy in which a community, in which an educational community, inclusion is a philosophy, right out the door. Then there's no misreading or misunderstanding where this is going.
An educational community. That goes back over here.
You don't need students, teachers, parents.
No. Then we wouldn't need all of this. That actually shortens it.
Because an educational community includes all of them and more.
Would you want to state it anyway, though, so that
You
people...
could put it in parentheses or something.
Yeah, it
so-
could be in parentheses.
Yeah, I think that's good to clarify, because otherwise
really
people
wanna
have a
list-
different sense of community in their head. ed, and that is part.
And maybe even perhaps the entire school community as opposed to the educational community, so it's not confused that it's just the teachers or the educators who are responsible, but every member of the school community.
The entire school community.
But if you put school community, then when the board adopts this, is this a district? Or is it a site? Because when you say school, it's like, well, we have school psychologists. I'm saying, but we have school psychologists who are not connected. They're connected to several sites. I mean, are we talking about, is this the philosophy that we have as our district, or is this just a site philosophy?
It's the district, I would hope.
Right, so we need to, I would want to be a little more vague.
The entire district.
I mean, we can start saying students, teachers, parents, but if you say educational community, that includes the person who's on the board. That includes the person who's who's doing lunches. That includes everyone instead of making it like the school site. I rather educational community. That makes it a little more vague, includes everyone.
Okay.
I want to go home.
Educational community comes back.
And Sharon, since you're going to write this up from this, might I suggest that when you send out the email of this philosophy, that so we can kind of confirm that we're all in agreement. With Outlook, you could use that vote setting where you can say, you could ask the question, do you agree with this, or is this what you meant? And we could we're not going to have that much time on Wednesday, but ahead of time we could vote and say yeah or no. So then on Wednesday, maybe we could have a discussion. I mean, if you end up with 2 yays and 98 no's, then, something is not right. That's what I would suggest.
Actually, I have to say that, no, we cannot, we're not going to have 100% agreement.
I know, but if we have majority no.
But we already know that we have a prevailing positive. We already know that. So just having some idea of who said no isn't exactly helpful.
But we've got a lot of people missing right now. A lot of people have had to leave, et cetera. They're not sitting in on this discussion.
They will certainly have an opportunity to provide feedback, but what I'm saying is that even with that, there's going to be people who won't respond. So just having a specific number may or may not help us. I'll have to figure out some way to poll the group, but knowing that having an actual count may or may not help us.
But if the survey says that the majority of the people don't agree, then, that tells us something.
Yeah, I definitely concur with you. It's just finding the right way to do it. And a survey actually may be the best route. Yeah. Okay, everybody, I have kept you way, way too long. We're going to do our absolute best to reconcile what we have written. I don't think it'll be as hard as it appears because, again, the group did really, really, really good work. So thank you, thank you, thank you. See you Wednesday night.